Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
Power boost. Just what a hero needs.
May 22, Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream.
We're here with another day to challenge your limits of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Edition. We got AJ Mustachio here at the desk, and of course me, Budget Neptune, this time round broke into his house, stole his kimono, and told his daughter, don't tell anybody. What's up, everybody? Getting Q here as well. How you doing, AJ?
Absolutely fantastic, man. It's a fantastic Sunday that I woke up to this morning. The birds were chirping and they were telling me that the underdogs are ready to conquer the day. I do not want to see some big Buriram plays today. I want to see those at the bottom of the leaderboard try to make a fight for the top.
I mean, they're looking hopefully more refreshing as well as energized. Once again, big shout outs to Red Bull here. They've come up with a bunch of new flavors, of course. We love Red Bull. We are happy to have them, and we welcome them as our official energy drink partner. And as much as we're going to stay energized, and hopefully, maybe I might even be stealing those in the background of your set, AJ, one of these days, just like this kimono. But again, these teams, and especially those who are at the bottom of the standings, like you mentioned, are looking for those important points. It's important to have that impact, right? Especially in the first couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Obviously, we are looking for that impact. It is a marathon at the end of the day, but if you're not going to be ramping up early, then you are going to be left behind, right? But thankfully, with this new format, obviously there's phase 2. There are some second chances. There are some final opportunities. But I prefer getting that early ticket just so that you get an extra bit of rest. If you're one of the first few that qualify straight up for the finals, I mean, you don't really need to go through all that mess. You can just kick back and wait.
I mean, of course, there are days where we're hoping that, you know, these teams are going to be playing extremely hot. But that's a phase 2 thing that we need to worry about. For now, we're talking about predictions, and you've already mentioned right at the beginning that you're looking for the underdogs. For me, I think the only hot take that I've got is going to be BTR, man. Other than that, I feel like Team Flash, as well as Buriram, after seeing that initial week, it's all right. I think they're looking kind of good. I think that, you know, they're still going to be sitting on top.
Absolutely. I mean, no doubts whatsoever. The teams that you have listed there, I think there will be big potentials that we see fantastic plays come through from them, right? But I am predicting there's going to be a miracle today on this fantastic Sunday. I am predicting Visaki Sri Vijaya, Todak, as well as Onyx Olympus are going to bring something special out here and get to the final circle at least once or twice. You know, that's all. You see, the top 3 does not mean from the top. The top 3 could also start from the bottom. That's just how I'm looking at this as well. So if at all they fail and they remain at the bottom, I'm still right in a way.
I totally agree with you, especially with the changes that we've had, not only to the game, but I mean, considering the format as well, they will have plenty of opportunity, and hopefully we see some of these teams actually whip up something special, right? Hopefully we don't get into that stage where everybody's going to be looking at the top 3 and be like, what is their build? How are they rotating? How are they playing? Let's photocopy it to us.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, you know, we've seen some teams kind of ramp up too early, get into a lot of those fights, and then not have enough glue walls for the final battle. Yes, Buriram, I am looking exactly at you. Unfortunate. I mean, it happens to the best of us. It can even happen to Buriram. And those were the games where they were getting into too many scuffles earlier in that matchup, right? So obviously, teams want to avoid that. They want to make sure they they plan their path all the way to the final circle, well, game after game, because this is what we are fighting for, man. The champion, by the end of this BR run, walks away with $100,000. That's insane.
It is crazy. Even if you make it into the top 12, you're thinking about, man, I could have been earning 10x the amount. I could have earned so much more had I just won this entire competition. And that's that's actually disincluding team of the day as well. 250 up every single day, and grand finals MVP, who also gets an extra 4K, but that's only for the Battle Royale.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we have got the tournament timeline here that you must keep up with, because it is not just a 1-2 week rundown. It is 6 weeks of sheer Free Fire phenomena, but that's only the knockout stage, as well as, I mean, for both Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad. The grand finals, on the other hand, will come to us in June on the 13th as well as the 14th. 1 day for Clash Squad, the other for Battle Royale.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually kind of excited for Clash Squad mode. I like that this is kind of a, you know, a little bit of a side thing that teams can be looking for, but it actually attributes to your positions at the end of the day. Regardless, we don't have to worry about this. We're still within the phase 1 sector of things. And I think that as long as we're in these first 4 weeks, we're looking for teams to actually really staple themselves, because once we go on from that knockout stage, oh man, phase 2 is where it gets really heated. Teams that figure something out and hide that strat can make it and maybe even blow past even in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, knockout stage phase 1 runs from the 25th of April to the 11th of May. 16th of May to the 1st of June, on the other hand, is phase 2 for all of those who fail to make that initial qualifier can still stand a second chance every day. Yet another team gets added into that final day for Battle Royale. Switch stage, on the other hand, you only have 2 days and you don't have many options in terms of surviving, right? If you lose, you get kicked down one bracket, you lose again, bye-bye, we say. You don't get an opportunity to earn yourself a bonus prize pool out of Clash Squad.
No, yeah, you got to make sure that you're keeping your ranks consistent as much as you can. If you have an extra hot day, that's even better, especially since that the knockout phase, I mean, teams are going to be scouting each other very, very often. But once we get into that week 4, week 5, oh man, just having one singular hot day could give you that ticket that you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, this is that opportunity, week 4 to 5, where one team in the daily standings, or the number 1 team, I have to say, on the daily standings, will advance directly to the grand finals. This is the week I'm definitely looking forward to. It's going to be explosive. We're going to have some crazy games on that day as all of these teams go in all out for those points. And speaking of points, you hit the booyah as usual, you walk away with 12, you minus 1 point, 9 points for that second spot, minus 1 point for each and every single consecutive position that you get below that. 11th and 12th, on the other hand, gets you absolutely no points.
Let's not forget about the tiebreaker rules, especially when we're looking at the number of booyahs, then the total eliminations, and then the ranking in the final game. Of course, coming into that grand finals is going to be a little different, but in the meantime here, oh boy, we got to make sure that you are consistent, and getting more booyahs definitely is the way to go, especially if you want to stay ahead of the pack.
Absolutely. And obviously the tiebreaker rules, number of booyahs, has always been able to tell a little bit of difference. We're not obviously going to see who qualifies, but to determine our ranking, that has been very, very important. But we also have a new addition that has been rocking the pacing of gameplay, the unique active skill. You cannot repeat any of those active skills out there, so no more seeing multiple Tatsuyas on the battlefield. We get to see a more balanced play from all of these squads.
I mean, technically, this also incentivizes teams to get really creative with how they actually want to approach combat, or if they want to play an entirely macro-eccentric strategy, looking for those final rings, if not hunting around the outside. It'll be very, very obvious to see what teams are trying to do, especially from the outside perspective. In the game, however, at least once you see that initial rush, you don't have to worry about it again.
Yep, you most definitely don't. And the Champion Rush format, all new and explosive. Grand Finals holds a maximum of 10 games. Teams need to reach 80 points to activate the Champion Rush for the following game. And if you hit the booyah right after, you are crowned the champion. If you miss the booyah, we keep going on until a team hits it. If by the end of the 10th game we still don't have anyone achieving the condition, the team with the most number of points will be crowned champion.
It incentivizes teams to not only be consistent, but if a team is getting too hot, the whole lobby technically are going to be looking at these rankings, making sure that they don't get that championship rush. Regardless, today's team list, it's Group A versus Group C. We got BRU, Todak, Flash, BTR, Onyx, as well as VSJ. Group C, we got Evos, Vamos, CRM, GOW, Expand, and as well as WAG. And like you mentioned in your predictions, you're hoping that people at the bottom of this bracket are going to be jumping up and stealing away those big points.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, because they desperately need it, right? You're looking at Onyx, Olympus, Visaka Srivijaya, Team Toda, all of them, 6 games played so far, and they have not managed to cross very much into the 40-point range, which means on average, they're picking about below 8 points, and that's not good at all. We want to see a little bit of a bump up. If they're picking up on average 10 to 15, maybe that's a good start for the day.
It could be. I mean, considering the changes that each team now has to have a different active skill, maybe it's punishing for them, right? They can't go back to their old ways of making sure that it stays chaotic. There needs to be some kind of bigger plan to their plays. And not to mention, I think that some of the teams, especially when it comes down to yesterday's matches with GOW getting pretty close, and even, I mean, Core Memory Esports, like, I look at this lineup and I'm still thinking attack all around, and I'm like, man, they can do it. Maybe they have a chance this time round.
I don't know, right? Because they are currently not even in the top 12. It was an abysmal performance on day one for them, but today is a little bit of a tweak. I don't know how they're going to, sorry, on day two, I have to say. I don't know how they're going to keep up today, because you also have teams like Buriram in here to rip away the points. You didn't even have this big hitter when you were playing your 6 games where you couldn't walk away with as many points. So a little nervous for Core Memory today, unless of course they show up in a phenomenal way to prove to us that that was just a day where I guess they were mucking around or somebody had a bad tummy. I don't know. But whatever it is, they need a miracle to bounce back.
Okay, maybe it was just Butterfingers, because I mean, Group B has been honestly generally doing pretty well. I mean, all the teams in there have already scored a decent amount of points for themselves, and I feel like they've been starving the lobby a majority of the time, unless it's an A versus B scenario. Even so, now that Group B is out of the picture, I do agree with you that Buriram is going to be the team to beat overall, but other than them, let's see whether it's Group C or maybe some of the teams in Group A are going to play around them rather than hard contesting.
Absolutely. And obviously, we totally forgot. Welcome, YouTube chat. You guys have been behaving pretty well in the chat. Thank you very much for being courteous towards the rest of your friends who may be fans of other teams. We can love each other as much as we want. Friendly banter is absolutely fine. But let's understand exactly where that line is. In the meantime, please continue to communicate with us through that YouTube chat on the Free Fire Esports official page, so we can see exactly what your thoughts are as we go through day number 3 here at week 1.
We're hoping that you guys are going to get explosive for these final circle moments, because AJ, let me tell you, I was surprised. I was surprised to see how day 1 and day 2 progress. I thought, all right, I know who's going to be coming out in this top 4 scenario, and guess what? The circle starts moving at the final ring, and I'm just thinking, oh boy, positioning, how much does it matter? Yes, a lot.
Most definitely a lot, but the lineup matters as well. So the cruise has been brought back into this play, and you know, this guy is not just a player. This guy is a legendary player. He has been around for the longest of time. Back in 2019, we saw him rip away that first place in a B-tier competition, and that's exactly where his career started off. And he has just been getting championship after championship. Has gone through teams like 108 Blacklist, Xavier Esports, EVOS Phoenix, and now under Buriram as the support player. He cannot make a difference. He can make a massive difference in these games, and I'm curious to see what kind of flavor he brings out of Buriram today. But speaking of flavor, will we get spicy noodles once again for the loser of this challenge? The winner will obviously have something. The winner have crown. The loser wears a skirt. Oh my lord.
Hey.
Okay. Now I don't mind wearing a kilt, but maybe a skirt. I don't know. We will see if or not once again Indonesia takes the L.
We're going to have to wait and see, right? Again, W Production coming up for FFWS overall. They're getting on, because these players have been trash-talking each other for quite some time. Dion and as well as Coach are going to be heading head-to-head this time, and we'll see whether or not it's going to be a tight game, or whether we're going to see vast differences between the teams this time round, considering that they've had time to kind of look at how the other groups play. And more importantly, I think especially since GOW played yesterday, might be a slight advantage for BTR coming into the first 2, maybe 3 maps.
Absolutely, and obviously, 2 days in, and both days L taken by Indonesia when it comes to these 1v1 challenges. And if day 3 Indonesia takes the L again, this can go in one of two ways, right? Number one, they could be absolutely crushed by this, and this affects their performance overall in the competition. Or you piss Indonesia off, and in week 2 they come back in here and they sweep everything. I'm expecting the latter. And in fact, I don't even want to wait till week 2. I want that to happen here today. I want to see Indonesia get the victory on this 1v1 challenge. And maybe we can see the Vietnamese player wear the skirt.
No, we'll see, because the game schedule is going to be Purgatory, Bermuda, Nextterra, Kalahari, Alpine, and a final random map at the very end of the day. We'll see. Maybe map 2, we get to see those 1v1s, maybe even in Nextterra itself. Purgatory, we'll see what the drops are going to be for these teams first. At the very least, I mean, the game feels like it's been slowing down a lot considering the changes that have been applied. Teams got to be really, really intelligent with the way that they look to approach the map, and not only the map, but teams as well with new setups. Falcons sitting on top at number 1, AG number 2, and Heavy at number 3 in terms of overall stats for Purgatory.
Yep, Purgatory obviously dominated by Falcons at this point of time, but they're in Group B. So is AG Global, I believe, and Team Heavy as well. So none of these 3 teams matter. This is unneeded data, irrelevant data for this upcoming matchup, which it is what it is, right? So let's take a look at Purgatory and let's take a look at some of these other teams here that do manage to find some sort of dominance. If you look at Groups A and C, mostly I want to focus on C. WAG, GOW, both Vietnamese squad, they have a strong chance.
I think they do have a very, very strong chance, but that being said, I think it's time, AJ, to start heading on over right into the map.
Absolutely, man. Let's head on in and see exactly what Purgatory has in store for us as the opener for Day 3, Week 1. We're looking for underdogs, we're looking for big plays, we're looking for some dominance out of Buriram and the crews. I want to see what flavor they have. Maybe just like Red Bull, they've got many of those flavors to bring out and unleash on this competition.
We want to see something refreshing here today. I think that's what everybody's going to be looking out for, whether somebody can either look to break that meta or at the very least come up with a clutch so heavenly that even Red Bull is like, okay, we gotta clip that moment as well. So far, the drops BTR looks to be on Forge. I'm looking for where GOW is going to end up, and they might just end up over Golf Course.
Yeah, Vasuki's losing his mind in the YouTube chat. He's like, AJ, you have to change your prediction. No, Vasuki, you don't always have to be right in life. Sometimes it's all right to have fun. I mean, I'm a well-fulfilled man. Getting my predictions on a broadcast means nothing to me.
It's at the bottom of his list. It is nowhere close to the accomplishments he's already achieved. But now we're seeing early engagements here between Todak and as well as EVOS. And straight away, we're already seeing that Ray finding the big dip. That's first blood.
Well, Todak trying to fight back here, and Videls does manage to find one from afar, but Traps instantly traded out. Team Todak has to find a way out of this. Vidal's too close, and he will be dropped as well as Jojo brings that revival in onto Fires. EVOS Divine backing away straight up towards that moat house.
Now, EVOS Divine, I was expecting to see the electrotherapy happen earlier, but with, I mean, Ray pretty far off in this early engagement, they didn't have to worry about it, but now that they've regrouped, it's going to be pretty difficult for Todak to win it out in the end. Oh, good shots from Ray.
Well, Jojo got that revived, so job already completed, and he's going to be taken out of the equation. Unfortunate for Toda, a rough start, but thankfully 2 minutes in, no teams eliminated just yet. Toda hanging on for their dear lives.
Boathouse now in control of Russia. And I mean, so far, based on what we've been seeing, especially with the in additions to the active skill cards, not only being unique, but the kinds that you can actually purchase and buy on the map itself has really changed the game. I feel like it's really difficult to recover from a lot of like quick fights, like back-to-back fights even.
Team Flash dropped by Hua Esports. I'm assuming it is because of the inconsistency in terms of the team achievement. Team Flash is the kind of team that can do like world championship worthy team on one day and then absolutely not show up on the other. But either way, these are all veteran players, right? They really knew their way around a good game of Free Fire. It's just that we don't get to see that consistency out of them, which is a tad bit disappointing sometimes.
Yeah, but that's just kind of the nature of the game sometimes, right? It's ever-changing and instantly Cougar gets picked up. Is already finding some really, really good shots here. If he can secure that kill, that would be even better now that he's got the knock. If he can finish that, that'd be great.
Yeah, CRM still not up to a great start here, but Cougar easily picked up. Wang just could not find that finisher. That knock came through easy. But the final few bullets is not finding good connections, and ABCD will be able to hit a double, Poon down on the ground as well. Cougar instantly eliminated. CRM getting crippled by Team Flash from afar.
And they're all playing off of the same angles here. CRM either have to just give up that fight entirely or look to start bailing, because now with 2 members down, it's going to be really difficult. They've got to find a vending machine, and it looks like, I can see it just at the edge of the map, that Vamos might be interested in, oh, maybe not just Vamos, a scout from WAG, if not 2.
What is he even doing? ABCD had a clear shot. Chooses to not take it, backs away. Vamos on the way as well into this equation, and I believe Team Flash from afar. WAG gets involved as well. Team Flash and WAG, both Vietnamese squads now looking to take Vamos out of the equation. Lozzie tries to make a quick dash out of there, and the launch pad will save Vamos for the time being. But what WAG potentially lets go, the Flash wants to eat up.
Maybe this works in the favor of Flash, right? We saw he had the clear shot. He decided to back off straight away. They probably were hearing the engagement happening on the top right side of the map. And now that they've backed off and noticed the full fighting forces of not only WAG but Vamos, it's better not to get involved. Resources are going to be thin. Since it's the earlier stages of the map, you're just farming for free points. If you got to work so hard for it, you might as well look for a final circle.
I mean, this game build-up is like watching Tare Zameen Par. It's going to take a while to get to the climax of this movie.
That is. I'm happy that I at least got that reference. I saw what you did. You did Husky kind and dirty. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Movies I can do, but now we look over a GOW north side of Firebridge having to deal with Onyx Olympus, and I'm pretty sure. Oh, they've already had the launcher set up. They want to get in there. They want to start looking for these points.
Elton about to bring himself a ton of problems as he flies in straight to the crosshairs of Onyx Olympus. And it's him that shoots first. My goodness. This man just wants to look for some problem out there on the battlefield, and he is lucky Onyx Olympus is not in the mood to take a fight because they're somewhere at the bottom of this leaderboard overall. So they are just playing chicken at this point of time. GOW not allowing them to back away, keeping that pressure outside the blue now. Thankfully, it's just circle number 1. It's not much of a hurt, but out of nowhere, GOW launchpad action. They're taking the fight straight up to Onyx.
They're not gonna let these free points go away, right? Especially since Onyx, they could have thought that they could hide out by Firebridge in that first ring to get a free rotate. GOW not gonna let that happen. Cremix, he's nearby. He knows the 2 just above him, but Diane is gonna go for a long flank around the low ground to hopefully catch somebody off the roof.
See if this is going to work out for him. And the last time Cruz won a really massive championship for himself was back in 2022. So the big question here is going to be, is his return going to make a very huge impact on a phenomenal squad called Buriram United Esports? Or will it cripple them in any way? The Cruz has got a lot to prove and a lot to salvage as well, because 2 years in a row, the trophy has not come to Thailand.
Launchers are already coming. The engagements at CQC is a little too close. Adam's already down. Yanbin is making sure that he stays alive. The help of the electrotherapy is working out great as they find another one. Zyro ends up getting traded by Wings so far, but Yanbin still alive. Got no active cards to play with, but Control God in hand. Oh no! Wings finds it. Explosives working in his favor as he melts right through them. In the end, he's got the pick of the litter now.
I mean, beautifully played there, right? I mean, IQ 3000. I can't shoot you through this glue wall. It's going to take some time. So let me burn you with my FGL, he says. And that gets them the advantage. But the team that they just went in to shut down, unfortunately, survives. Onyx Olympus hanging on by a thread. Todak hanging on by a thread. Both of my predictions from the very get-go hanging on by a freaking thread.
They might be able to recover here. Just off the top, we do see Team Flash actually moving down to Fire Brigade. But let's cut back over to EVOS here, because again, they've already secured a lot of points from Vamos and as well as Todak. In the meantime, as WAG has made that initial engagement that we saw earlier in that first ring, they've backed off and are holding a decent amount of space, and I think they're trying to make sure that Todak can't get in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if anybody needs to keep Todak out because Todak has just not come and knocked the door just yet. We'll get to that later on. Flash! Zom will find a knock from afar. And that convert into a elimination as well. And look at this. The electrotherapy played really well. And Flash just mowing down GOW. The end now expires as well. Tun and Demon hightailing it out of there. They've got a vehicle to play with as well. And it seems like Team Flash will not be going in for the pursuit.
Having a quick cut over to BRU. Currently dealing core memories already locked in place. They're also getting shot by VESJ on the opposite side of that river here. Not exactly the greatest place to play for CRM, but if they hold out long enough, it should be all right. Oh, red zones have already been dropped as well, and not to mention even a revive point. This POI is not exactly going to be great for either side, but we'll see whether the picks start to come through because, again, it's just a waste of bullets from this point onwards.
Amen, guys. By the way, everyone tuning into the broadcast, don't forget, like Karo. Please hit that like. We want to reach 1,000 likes before game number 2. Can we do that on YouTube today? Before game 2, 1,000 likes. Let's see if or not the viewers have got the power to get that baby done today. Moshi, M82B, no glue walls to shoot through, but he will have the capability to engage with 2 teams back-to-back. Core Memory and Wisaki's Srivijaya. Both teams not doing too great in the competition so far.
I think, guys, let's all agree, Chad. If Moshi is able to find that headshot against CRM in these next couple of minutes, you have to hit that like. It's just, you're contractually obligated.
Yeah. This is going to be a little bit of a crazy push here from Buriram, the Cruise. Early access, M519. Look at everybody on the side of CRM just hurtling towards the corner of this hut. Trying to make sure they do not find any connection of those bullets that Buriram is throwing at them. And they have managed to successfully dodge a majority of those shots. And they're waiting for their comeback in here. And finally, Core Memory trying to turn things up against Buriram. And Buriram not wanting to face that. They back away. Very smartly played by Buriram.
And that's the electrotherapy difference. Cruz making sure that Wasana stays alive as they slowly and progressively give up the space utilizing those glue walls. It's going to be Onyx Olympus who finally gets eliminated here. But still, this engagement isn't done just yet. Moshi, come on. Do it for the likes. Do it for the chat.
No eliminations for Buriram just yet. That is very rare. After that aggression we saw out of them. Wasana trying to show me that he can bring those numbers in, but is unfortunately shooting blanks at this point of time. Sri Vijaya very capable of sidestepping those. Moshi needs to hit a couple of sweet ones, but he's keeping an eye on a totally different team. And expand.
Wow.
Expanded.
Unfortunate indeed. Looks like Evos as well as BTR in the middle of an engagement of their own. Is Todak hiding on the outer edges? As the Blues likes to close in around Marbleworks, BRU. They're looking for those free points, and unless they cross that river, it feels like it'll fall into their hands eventually. It was inevitable, but let's look on the opposite side of the engagement. Oh, Reptile Rhythms are already out. His teams are already battling inside one compartment, and Ray, and as well as Aim God, mows everybody down. Shotgun buddies for life.
Holy mama, that was like a scene out of Doom. And Todak expanded as well. 3 Malaysian squads getting the door shown to them back to back to back. You gotta hate it if you're a Malaysian fan.
It's not going well. BTR still finding some good snipes in the meantime. It looks like Evos, with 9 eliminations in their belt already, decide to play at the back of this compound, trying to hopefully get in position to push and flush out BTR, and they come off the rush. They're going to have a time turner here as well. Oh, he gets it! He lands it perfectly! Ray is playing hot! So very hot! The backs are already gone. They've lost 2 of their supports as they start moving in. Rasha as well. Oh, Ray, he ends up going down. Rasha is the only one left. He has to win this fight. It's gotta be against Kyung of all people. Chunks him down to 1. He needs to get that heal down, but he has no way to melt this and no angles to break through.
He was Divine, already too aggressive, left with 1 final player here. Rasya does have the coins on him as WAG makes the exit. Rasya missing the first shot, but this Wonder Kid pulls it off.
with the final shot to the coffin, taking out Bigatron Delta from the lobby and surviving to potentially bring the rest of his brothers back, but he needs to watch out for those shots coming through from Flash.
He does have a pocket mark, but that might not be enough here, especially since Flash is just eyeing out the area. Dinocular is going to be used, and he figures out exactly where they are. A lot of hostiles. While the engagement goes on, it looks like BRU going to make a second attempt onto CRM. The blue wall melters are already down, but they're taking it slow. They want Boshi in a line of sight.
That's a final clutch moment for him earlier, but will Core Memory show us a clutch moment here as well? Once again, everybody huddling in the corner of this house. That's what chicken do in chicken coop when they're scared, bro. But the question is, are they going to come out and show Buriram who's boss Core Memory? Thus far, the defense has been perfect. It is the counter-attack that is going to be crucial. But Jonah takes the fight straight to them inside the house. Cruz, Wasana both get a drop. A jump won't be able to trade one right back. The sniper taken out. But the ones who have the close quarters combat ability stand alive on the side of Buriram. 7 eliminations strong. Core Memory barely did anything to them.
Oh my goodness. I mean, a great engagement coming in from Jonah, but it looks like Evos Divine finally eliminated. His Team Flash has flushed out that side of the map. We're down to 4 teams in GOW with only 1 member left. Very low chances of winning this overall, but everybody else fully kitted. All their resources, except for their active skill cards, might not be ready, but it's more than enough as finally another squad is eliminated, bringing us to our top 3.
Ooh, now Team Flash needs to be really careful here. Buriram has spotted them out already, and they seem to be rotating straight towards each other. Wisaki Srivijaya going to be really lucky because they are on the opposite side of this battlefield. Vending machine now in the hands of Buriram, and the circle's going to leave them high and dry, which means Flash will fail to buy anything in these final last seconds.
Oh boy. What's the decision here coming in from BRU? They hear the sounds. They know the VSJ is on the opposite end of the compound. Oh no. Sorry, Flash is on the opposite side of the compound, but where they want to rotate is within line of sight of VSJ. In the meantime, we're going to have to see how Flash plays. Oh.
Yeah, brilliantly played by Wasana. He just walks to the side of the wall to hear those footsteps, and he identifies, yep, Flash is right behind this wall here, and they take the corner like champs, and Wasaki Srivijaya actually taking the step up first to find the connection onto Team Flash, and now Riptide Rhythm, the way of Buriram. Wasaki splitting their forces into 2 sides to focus on both teams, and that's a terrible idea.
I mean, they're trying to deny space, trying to get rid of as many resources as possible. Even Flash trying to do somewhat of the same thing. However, there's not enough glue walls, and that's already going to be ABCD down on his knees. Gets pulled back up really, really fast, but they're going for the big rush here. I mean, Wasana, he's got the dash ready to go. Are they going to look for the entry? And now he's bringing the whole team with him as well.
Masterful play. Wasaki Srivijaya actually running the opposite side to the part where the circle is actually leaving high and dry, and that puts them away from a lot of this fight. And Gardu, back to back, is Wasaki Srivijaya doing the absolute impossible, and the crews down and out. But now Team Flash taking advantage of all of that chaos. They fire right back. Joel alive and kicking on the opposite side. Wasaki Srivijaya down by 1 man.
3v4 scenario, and Team Flash take full advantage of it once they've identified it. Booyah! Achieved by Team Flash. Nicely done. Oh man, the moving end circle and BRU just couldn't finish them off. They just held strong, anchored down, and kept themselves alive.
Team Flash, booyah ho gaya. Buriram puri team gayi. This is insane, ladies and gentlemen. Survivors, what you just witnessed was the underdogs rising to the occasion and taking it to Buriram themselves. First of all, Wasaki Srivijaya, this maneuver to run away from where the circle was heading to and to put themselves in a terrible position was just absolute golden maneuvering, and that put them far, far away from Buriram. And instead of waiting for Buriram to dictate the pace of the circle, they shut them down from the back. First of all, taking out the sniper Moshi, finding the connection onto Jonah, and then later on the crews as well. But unfortunately, they didn't have enough firepower to continue the battle and shut down Flash as well. People need time to reload, and obviously the Vietnamese squad taking advantage of that. and shutting down Visaki Srivijaya. Either way, it's the day of the underdogs, baby. And that's exactly how we run it here at the Free Fire World Series.
With all these changes, anybody can sit at the top of the leaderboard here. With a pretty good finish, Team Flash should at least take the booyah, secure the points for themselves to maintain their top spots. But I gotta agree with you, the underdogs, Srivijaya, making sure that they can control the tempo and the pacing of that top three. Really smart of them, because had they just an extra 10 more seconds, their backs would have been absolutely free. They don't have to deal with the blue, and they might have had a chance if they got those reloads against Team Flash.
Absolutely, man. Now, guys, survivors, what are you all doing, man? We've got more than 1,000 people here, but I still see 500 likes. What an insult to this broadcast. You cannot watch this amazing broadcast and not hit that like, all right? Come on, bring it in. You know you want to share that love with us. That was an amazing game. And everybody that bet on Buriram, you just have to mark my words. It's not always about the top dogs. They're not the only ones who are hungry out there. Some of them who are at the bottom of this leaderboard, they're looking for those points as well. And when it comes to the creme de la creme of Southeast Asian teams, anything can happen here, Gideon.
Anything can happen, and honestly, it's pretty shocking, but this is only the very first game. Hopefully, we get to see a little more with this. But in the meantime, let's have a chat with some of our winners coming in for Team Flash. Let's throw it over to the interview.
Yay! And it's a booyah for the Vietnamese team. And hello everybody, welcome to our interview. And right next to me is... Xin chào bạn, thì bạn có thể giới thiệu bản thân mình cho các bạn khán giả được chứ ạ?
Mình là Flash ABCD đến từ Kim Flash.
This is ABCD and he belongs to Team Flash, and congratulations for your first booyah. So let's jump into our questions immediately. So I think this is your first game in the competitive scene. It might be a little bit difficult and hard for you, but so great that you did so well. During your performance, during the preseason and until now, do you have any thoughts about this? Do you feel stressful or something like that? Thì đây là trận đấu đầu tiên của ABCD. Nói thật là trong chuyên nghiệp đi, chứ preseason thì bạn cũng đã có cho mình một cái khởi đầu rất là tốt rồi. Nhưng mà đây mới thực sự là trận chiến của bạn. Thì bạn cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ? Sau khi mà mình cùng với đồng đội của mình đã có được booyah, cũng như là phải trải qua khá những khó khăn khác ở trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay không?
Em cảm thấy cũng bình thường hả chị? Em cảm thấy cũng bình thường thôi.
Cảm thấy bình thường thôi. Có cái gì khó khăn không? Thật sự là có không khó khăn không?
Hơi một xíu thôi.
Hơi một xíu thôi. Nhưng mà bạn làm cách nào mà bạn vượt qua được nó vậy?
Tâm lý ổn định là vượt qua đi.
He feel a little bit difficult, but overall it's all normal for him, and maybe he just tried to push through it, and that's how he did it. So into our second questions. You know, I think the biggest enemy of Team Flash is AG. You know, AG from Thai. Do you have anyone else that in your eyes right now? And what is your goal today? Thì Yusun biết được là AG ở đội tuyển bên Thái Lan chính là kẻ thù lớn nhất của Team Flash hiện tại. Nhưng mà không biết là ngoài AG ra thì ABCD có đặt cho mình vào tầm mắt hay không? Có đặt đội tuyển nào vào trong mắt mình nữa hay không?
Em nghĩ còn có team Evos nè.
Evos?
Yes.
Vậy thì nếu như mà bạn đã có sẵn cho mình là Evos rồi, thì mục tiêu của bạn ngày hôm nay chính là cái gì vậy ạ?
Mục tiêu của em hôm nay là hơn Evos là được.
Hơn Evos là được. Bạn nghĩ là tầm bao nhiêu điểm nó sẽ đủ vượt hơn Evos nhỉ?
Em nghĩ chắc cỡ 100 điểm thôi.
Cỡ 100 điểm, vậy là mục tiêu này được 100 điểm. Wow, một câu trả lời rất là tự tin đến bạn ABCD. He thinks that Evos currently, besides AG, Evos is his enemy today in the group A and C, and his goal for Team Flash will be 100 points. But the more Evos, the better, right? I think like all of the new players here in the competitive scene, they're all crazy, you know, so intense. Well, do you have anything you want to say to the viewers? Bạn có gì muốn nói với các bạn khán giả không?
Hãy ủng hộ Kim Flash của mình nhé.
Please continue and cheer for Team Flash, please. Cảm ơn bạn rất là nhiều, và Yusun cũng mong là Team Flash ngày hôm nay sẽ thật là tỏa sáng và mang về thật là nhiều booyah cho Yusun và các bạn khán giả nha. Chúc may mắn. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the victory, right? Team Flash, and this is what we were talking about when the game started. Team Flash, they can hit those really high notes, a championship-worthy sort of a squad, and then they take these wild dips, which nobody likes. So it's a fantastic start. Now we want to see exactly what happens right after, because PE Sports, they came out of the gates bursting as well, right? The very first game, more than 30 points, and then game 2 and 3, they only walked away with 1 point each. That's something Team Flash needs to avoid at all costs right after this.
I mean, we saw the interview. You could see that when they were at that peak in the middle in the heat of battle, once he got into that interview, it's just all down on energy. He's like, oh man, that was intense. There's only so much you can give in game and outside of the game, and I think that's something that they'll slowly work on. But overall, if we can see that level of consistency every single time, I think we might actually have a team that's just ready to start taking on the rest of the world. Speaking of which, as he's mentioned, EVOS Divine, honestly, I would like to see at the very end of these stats how many eliminations they ended off the day with, at least for this map, because it didn't feel like there were very successful attempts at engagements from some of our top teams. I mean, Flash, we saw they had 8, and then eventually finishing it off with 11 by the end of it. But overall, let's see whether they get taken over.
6 eliminations, 1,796. Very concise plays coming through from ABCD here as far as the eliminations are coming through. Nothing massive on the damage, so I'm expecting quite a lot of assists from the rest of his team members as well. But overall, tenacity from Team Flash, especially in the final sequence of battle, you have to see that they took that advantage when there was that opening, right? And they weren't really backing away from the fight. They were trying to reposition better for that final circle as well. But when push came to shove and they had to turn around and start shooting, they did exactly that, and they pulled it off fantastically well.
Yep. Every single one of these team fights are going to be predetermined on whether or not they have Koda's ability ready to go, especially when you're so tightly knit together and there's so many glue walls in place. Although I would have liked to see whether or not the Homer got maximum value. Overall, I think it was good enough. They had all the information they needed. They backed off. They saw how that top 3 was going to play out. And as long as they're able to capitalize at the right moment after BRU gets taken out, that's when it hurts.
Yeah, as predicted, look at the massive number of assists coming on through here, right? The Zom, everybody chipping in for the numbers that ABCD dragged in for the squad. So this was a team effort from Team Flash. There was just no one individual MVP out there that was doing everything for the team all the way through, even though the numbers of eliminations are skewed towards one side. This is a good sign because Team Flash needs to continue bringing in this teamwork if they want to stay alive out there and grab those well-needed points.
And that's why I really like the current changes in our meta, right? Having different active abilities, and more so, it forces you to play more as a team rather than highly depending on a couple of people to make these hard clutch plays. I mean, to be fair, Ray was coming out huge this game. From the gate, he was looking for elims.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, look at who's here, man. Moshi once again grabbing the spotlight for Buriram United Esports. Now, Buriram may not have walked away with it, booyah, but up till now, they have a 100% top 3 rate, which is, it's insane.
They've had some incredible reads on the ring so far. It feels like they have that foresight, right? The Zom even also part of that list, but let's look at the current game standings, because with that being said, 12 points from that Booyah, 13 eliminations, 25, but EVOS Divine is just behind them because of those 12 eliminations at 18 points.
Yeah, solid play, especially from Russia, keeping the team alive long enough to get themselves a couple of extra placement points. You know, the boy was doing a lot for the team, and he has been doing a lot for the Indonesian squad throughout the 2 days. But now, as far as Buriram is concerned, the climb towards the top, they have already kind of taken that first step already, right? But AG Global, 36 points ahead of them. The question is going to be, how many games does it take for them to catch up overall to Falcons?
Now they gotta treat it like it's a grand finals day, right? They gotta treat it like, it's roughly about 80 points. We gotta simulate the scenario. We might not get 10 games, but we need to be able to crush it within the next 5.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, AG Global can't do much about being all equal with Buriram at this point of time, and they will have nothing to do at all because Buriram has got 5 games to overtake them, and they only need 1 point. So our heart goes out to AG.
I mean, our heart goes out to AG, and maybe they're just going to be watching the stream with ray tracing turned on. Thank you once again to the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. I mean, they're coming out with a new version every single time, but I think the S25 Ultra is really hitting the nail on the head. Putting in all-powerful technologies like AI capabilities, it's closing the gap between having a full-on personal computer now in the touch of your hand.
Absolutely, man. I mean, next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite. We're talking about a Vulkan engine, like you mentioned, ray tracing. Dude, ray tracing on a mobile phone. Gideon, come on.
It's
insane
wild.
Stuff.
I've never wanted to look at the water more than I have now in Free Fire.
I mean, most of the time, everybody's got their phone on low settings because their phone's already lagging even with basic graphics, right? But when you've got a processor capable of running ray tracing, I think you can look at the water all day long and it will just set the mood for a fantastic day. Just like perhaps what Flash has done for themselves with this booyah here on Purgatory. But we now move on into the good old Bermuda, where teams like RRQ will not be able to dominate alongside WAG because, alongside the other teams because they don't get to play. But Buriram and WAG, they are in play today. And we just saw the Vietnamese team kind of crash out a little bit too early in this game. Maybe a little bit of a comeback, Gideon.
Hey, we'll see how they actually played their mid games. I think that was the big problem with WAG. Every single time that they were looking for their free engagement, they somehow walked into an engagement zone of 3 other teams, where usually they're more comfortable with the 2s or even the 1s. But hey, we'll see, because Bermuda is one of those free maps that everybody knows and everybody's comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are going to be heading on into the OG map, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is Bermuda. Let's see exactly what the flight path has in store for us.
It's going to be the Triangle of Death here. It's going to be a map that everybody is ready for and excited to see how aggressive these teams can actually get. Welcome to Bermuda. The drop is here, and these teams are ready to challenge your limits.
Absolutely. Very fair flight path cutting through from the tiny island of Sentosa all the way down to its graveyard at Bullseye. So opening up the full map for these teams here, but Expand still finding a reason to drop close enough to a squad for a potential big skirmish early in this game.
I mean, their squad is going to be Onyx Olympus. They got knocked out pretty early on in the very first map, so they're looking for as many points as possible. Same on that southern side. Vamos is there too, heading around Mars Electric. For now, I am curious to see how far EVOS Divine is going to go with such a hot game. You got to keep up that momentum. It's just gas, gas, gas.
Yan Bin, early drop, and Core Memory will get a 2 for 2 here.
First blood.
Beautifully played by Core Memory. And GOW with an instant revive, but was that premature? We'll have to wait and see in terms of the player, because I thought he was going to fly back right into Bima Sakti Strip, but I guess GOW is a little too smart for that. The revive player will try to get away as far as possible, as the remaining 2 might just get wiped out anytime soon now.
They gotta buy as much time. Unfortunately, they did not win the initial drop. You can't really do much about that, but you can waste as much time as possible to force as many resources as you can from CRM. This is the most dangerous part, because there is no cover to work with, just landscape and hoping that your heads don't peek out. Looks like they're able to actually escape this, even using the binoculars as well. But now we jump over to EVOS Divine. Rasha is already down on his knees. His Team Flash going to try and make sure. I mean, you heard it from the interview from ABCD himself. EVOS Divine is the enemy.
Well, okay, now this enemy is a very dangerous enemy, but thankfully, the enemy is 1 man down. So in a 4v3, Team Flash looking to take some sort of an advantage here. Ray setting this up well, has got the vector in hand. In fact, the double vectors. Rate of fire is solid enough to put 1 player down, but he needs to make sure he backs away quickly. The Zom has got the Mag 7 up against the vector. Ray needs to make sure it's not a single bullet misses, and a good
Rebel rush away to play the defense and aim God from afar. M590 finding a double connected Riptide Rhythm with the drop on the defense and the Zom bleeding out on the ground. Aim God quickly makes him expire.
Oh, that's the Oscar diff right there. Glue walls say goodbye, especially in these early engagements. And ABCD, he's on the run. If he can find, a launcher just in time, is able to get on out of there. Really nicely done. His death. He's just going to hold them still for as long as possible, especially with the electrotherapy. There's no winning in that 2v1. Nicely played by Ray.
Absolutely, and obviously he's got the Kairos running as well. Ray is a tank of a different quality altogether. But look at this, Aim God actually going in for the pursuit. EVOS Divine do not want to let this one go. They have got a bone to pick with Flash. We'll catch up with them in a little bit. Expand though, keeping an eye on Onyx Olympus. Wisaki Srivijaya potentially may do that shortly as well, but instead they use the launch pad to reposition, to pull the attention of Expand. This is risk zone now for Expand because I think they didn't spot the Wisaki player.
I don't think they saw them as well. They're just seeing the Onyx members walk away. We already see one, but now Expand. Do they notice this, right? They're going on the outskirts, and I think they should be able to see his head poking out, but doesn't spot it just yet. Noise has already been heard, and now in a completely fresh team ready to engage them.
Oh, this is such a beautiful rotation by Expand. They hear the footsteps of a enemy squad and they quickly reposition Luki outside the walls to play those long-range cover, especially to snuff out the aggression from those roofs. And clearly that's exactly what Joel's looking for. Waltz with the AC-8, he needs to find a double connection onto the head, but it is Guns, the first one to find the Expand player. Takes him out, Waltz. Trogon does not find the connection yet.
Gonna try still. Might have to reload real soon. The dash comes in as they trade places, and once again, he's taking a lot of damage, but the electrotherapy is doing a good amount to keep him up. Now, with Vault's already on his knees, Afi goes into the outskirts.
Wow!
Because he gets the revive, but again, two already knocked. Oh boy. Alright, Obi, he's going to be able to find out the rest. But Luki, he needs to find a pick here. He needs to take somebody out. The rest of the team has already collapsed, and because he will run away. Luki will buy as much time as possible. Eventually will fall down.
A great ideation from Expand. The execution was just way too poor, and they had to turn tails and run, and DCOS will make that great mistake of running all alone. The team should have pulled away together. Instead, he tried to play the game of survival, and Onyx got lucky with an extra point. But now it's WAG taking on a tough squad in Bigatron Delta, and Bigatron just outplaying them. But the instant revive comes through, and Alan is going to keep the team alive for a while more.
And that's the healing UAV difference there. In clutch time, sometimes you just gotta lob it down. And right now, we're seeing that Ray absolutely harassing Todak, already finding 3 points for himself as a squad. Looking, I mean, they took a lot of damage from GOW initially. They got their revives down, headed back in towards hangar side, and they are still within range. But it looks like Vamos even getting in the middle of that fight.
Wow.
Zom finally getting knocked down. They've cleared out the area as Vamos finding those picks, unfortunately stealing away one of those knocks.
Vamonos. They managed to get a little lucky there. Zom just paying attention to another squad, and obviously they were in the right angle to take advantage. And quick enough finisher. Thankfully, there was no backup from the rest of the Flash players, so Zom had to expire. Extra point for Team Vamos. EVOS Divine, on the other hand, 6 eliminations strong. Every single player has been revived at least once already. So this team started off rough, but the recovery, commendable.
I mean, they have plenty of currency to work with considering the amount of engagements that they've been in so far. We're looking at BRU also. Oh, hold on. Let's cut back to Death here. Looking at Alan as well. It's, well, don't see the rest of his teammates. It looks like they were able to kind of make some space for themselves and happened to collide by Katolistiwa. Even so, Alan, he's not too interested in this fight overall. He's just looking for loot, looking for anything that he can get his hands on.
Come on, by those thieves. Like, Karo, hit that like. We are so close to hitting that 1,000 likes before the end of Game 2. And we've got about 13 more minutes to get that baby done, so y'all are not too far. Hit that like,
And keep it alive in the comment section as well. I mean, everybody's on fire. We've got a lot of love coming through for Buriram.
Oh, okay, they're gonna need some more love. So far, finally finding Allen. Gets a good chunk, but luckily the blue ball comes up in time. Even the binocular is being used, so he knows Allen finally taken out here. Death is able to head and keep control over Katalistiwa.
Beautifully played by Death. And obviously they're down by 2 men. But he's just trying his very best to collect as many of those coins as possible. Now as Zom flies back in GOW, could have potentially seen him landing, and this is not good if they do catch up.
Oh, they're going to be in the blue here for... They've been in the blue actually for some time, to be perfectly honest. But 2 health packs. You see that the rest of the WAG with Allen already knocked. Heading over into factory, they might actually collide with an unsuspecting team of BRU. They're going to hear those footsteps inside that compound. Do they want to back off from this because they're not at full fighting force?
This is a question. Oh my goodness, Tikoi. Oh, getting lucky. And the terrain will save WAG for the time being, because here's Onyx Olympus as well now with a good shooting range, and Zyro will take advantage. Cyrus, Tikoi, very low. 150 HP left, and he manages to maneuver away. WAG got really lucky there.
They did.
Oi.
Oh, no. BRU, they weren't out of the compound. They're going out of their way to make sure that these vehicles don't get away from free. And unfortunately for the one member of a WAG who just keeps on colliding to teams, BRU, Onyx, and now heading on over to the clasps of another squad. You just can't get a break.
Buriram, no eliminations just yet as they rotate in towards that factory, and the players are not overstacked with all of the utilities, but enough coins to get themselves battle ready. You see that Groza upgraded and ready with the extra layer of damage to unleash upon any of the teams that they spot on out there. Buriram has managed to maintain a 100% top 3 rate. And this is not within a day. I'm talking about their whole run in this knockout stage thus far. But they're also looking for those massive booyahs.
We haven't seen BRU be hyper-aggressive and completely take over the lobby just yet. The most, at the very least, is just them consistently hitting those top 3s. I mean, they find it. They can foresee it. Now, this time round, EVOS Divine making a really good call on the prediction of the next ring, right at the north side of it as well, right next to a POI. But the same can be said about CRM directly next to them.
My goodness, this seems to be a situation for sure out there where playing a game of who makes the aggressive move first. And Zom doesn't have the utilities here, and X-Boy actually the one to run away, and Zom takes advantage. I have no idea why he did that.
Got caught out of position here, but WAG need to capitalize this as soon as possible. Going to have the treatment gun as well to stay alive and quickly recover so they can reposition out back in the within the zone and not stay out in the blue for too long, because Todak, they've got a bit of a pinch on them. They've got a crossfire, but they can't really make sure they stay in that line of sight, considering that there's so much cityscape blocking that line of sight. GOW going to make that first attempt to head on into those drains on that north side where we saw EVOS Divine, and they're going to have to hold out, especially since it's not exactly the best form of natural cover, but BRU will take their time as they're creeping over from the eastern side.
And still high and dry with the eliminations, but perhaps they are moving towards a part of this ocean that provides some extra fish for them to net. Megatron Delta and Team Flash right above them here at Clock Tower. But Buriram won't be able to chill here for too long as the circle comes looking for them. The cruise with the initial connection in the conversion will come through instead from Dig. They managed to trade one out. Wasana down already. Jonah as well. Bigatron Delta showing the door to Buriram. And the cruise, the final one left in here. Can he survive? 1,100 coins, but the Riptide Rhythm breaking down his defenses. He tries to recover. Here comes the M590. The final bullet still not finding the connection onto the cruise. And he does manage to shut down Diggs.
one survivor, a sliver of health, the blue on the damage, and Jojo says bye-bye. It's Todak with the final nail in the coffin for Buriram.
Oh my goodness, I thought the Cruz would have... that was his redemption arc right there. That was his redemption moment, but the influence from outside factors, he nearly clutched the scenario, but there's just too many Riptide Rhythms getting rid of his glue walls, and especially when he was on that last bit of 10 HP. Unfortunate indeed, but a good play from everybody else looking for some free points. In the meantime, that is going to be the elimination of BTR as well. Both squads fought first, both squads getting eliminated.
My goodness me. For the first time, Buriram actually dropping the ball, and that is the chink in their armor. They no longer have a 100% top 3 rate, Gideon.
Stats ruined, day ruined here. BRU, they're going to be thinking about that one for a while. However, looking at this next scenario, we're already getting down to the 4th round. CRM still at full fighting force, but even for Team Flash and as well as Rock, they're taking damage as WAG has not been able to take a break. They're going to get eliminated next as everybody has predicted the outcome of this next circle.
JoW, solid plays in this game. 9 eliminations strong. Ooh, death almost met his name.
Just looking for another shot. Ooh, JoJo's gets hit by it, getting chunked pretty hard. See, I mean, Demon, he's putting in a lot of work, peppering on the opposite side. Oh, notices the shots coming up from Gaday's side, and even from Onyx Olympus. They're going to take out the one members from Flash. GOW really farming up a lot of eliminations so far. 11 in total as well. Death also outside of the zone, just held back and now repositioning to the opposite side of this river.
Guys, this is the prelude to Sholay, okay? This is going to be climax moment where Amitabh Sir is going to come out with those LMGs and bust everybody open, because look at this, 25 players still alive and kicking, and the circle is just way too tiny to hold all of them trapped. Try to hide away long enough at the end. Beautiful flick with the M590, and now here comes game time. 6 more teams left, 24 players alive and kicking.
Yep, and GOW has just been currently farming the lobby. CRM still playing to how they usually play. Just chill for that moment, slowly use their resources to get in, but Folky is already down as they've already set the play. Oh, they're jumping straight into VSJ, and now another team is just sitting there as Cougar, the last one alive, and just under the line of sight of everybody who does not want this team to win. CRM eliminated. We're already at our top 5 as GOW have a free rotate into the ring as everybody else is colliding on the southern side.
Oh, beautifully played by CRM, but obviously they just could not hang on. EWOS Divine in here, and look at this once again with Saki Srivijaya. Can they hang on? Right behind the players of EWOS, they are rushing on in. Gardu, he has got the Drogon, and Joel flying on in to find the connection, but the boys are still walking in here with absolutely nothing. AimGod will be able to put an end to Demon, but look at EWOS Divine sticking so close to the edge of the circle. This is danger zone, and Cry with a grenade out of nowhere.
All right, now they've made the choice. EVOS want to take on Onyx Olympus first. They're really, really low. They've run out of resources. No health as well, as even for GOW has tried to make the initial push, but it's going to be VSJ so far, who's been doing more than enough. Onyx Olympus have held out for so long. 3 eliminations. They need every single one of these points if they want to stay in this. But now, after noticing the way that the circle is going to start moving, VSJ will take the first initiative. Adam does find Gardu first, and with Gardu gone, that's going to be lack in manpower as Onyx has been waiting for this moment. 2 underdog teams, 47 to 53 win rate so far as we see the blue moving on over. Climax, he needs to land these shots and he's got to make them count. So far, it's 3v2. If they lose one more member, then it's going to be a 50-50 scenario, which is not in the best favor of Onyx, who had their full fighting squad. Albie is going to try. The dash is done. Albie sees the full flank, sees wings, gets wings. Climax takes Royale down in response. Now pulling it down to a 2v1, but it's too late. Climax made sure that he takes this home for Onyx Olympus. Booyah achieved.
It's the day of the underdogs, baby. Where is Vasuki? Vasuki, come back out here, Vasuki. Vasuki told me to change my prediction. He told me to take Onyx Olympus out. He told me to take out Visaki Srivijaya out. He told me to put Buriram in. Brother, I do not want to be right all the time. But you know when I'm right, it's a good day, baby. Don't forget to hit that like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We were aiming for 1,000 likes on this YouTube official channel by the end of game 2. And we are not too far away from that at all.
Boys and girls, we're so close. If the universe can already tell Mr. AJ Mustachio that these teams were going to come out on top, the simplest thing that you can do to tap into that same power is to hit that like, because my goodness, Onyx, they had to put up a solid defense if they wanted to win this. They were initially getting pushed by EVOS Divine. They realized, oh no, since EVOS Divine is split in half, they're making a desperate attempt to try and take out as many of their resources as possible. So they ended up staggering backwards, moving backwards, and slowly dropped to their glue walls, knowing that Riptide Rhythms, knowing that the glue wall melters haven't been thrown out just yet. And once they came out, they can reposition to handle the final squad.
I mean, this was just all out explosive, and Onyx Olympus out of nowhere. And you know, when we started off the day, Onyx Olympus was just scratching and clawing at the bottom of the leaderboard, and now slowly but surely they are climbing up. It's not enough in terms of massive points to get that jump into top 12, but this is a good start, right? We wanted to see the underdogs perform, and you know what, Onyx Olympus, they may have been able to walk away with a booyah, but let's talk about consistency here. Top 3 rate 100% for Visaki Srivijaya. How insane is that? The newcomers from Indonesia, after suffering on day 1 of play, today they keep showing us that they have got what it takes to dominate out there.
I think something has changed for them. Something has definitely clicked. They're not taking as many awkward fights as we saw last time. They're making a lot smarter decisions, but especially considering that they played a very passive mid game, coming on over and looking for these positions where they can be the last one to rotate and take full advantage. I think they're one of the few teams trying to utilize the fact that that last circle moves first before it goes for the full closure, and every single time they get so close. Maybe this next map we might just see them find that booyah, but for now we celebrate Onyx.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, phenomenally played, and you know, today might just be the day where Indonesia does not lose that challenge. Looking forward to that, but of course, let's see what the boys have to say in the interview.
Alrighty, thank you casters. Congratulations to Onyx Esports! Second game of the day and a booyah is finally secured. This is also the very first booyah for Onyx, and I'm here with Adam to have a bit of a chit chat. Hi Adam! How does it feel to finally secure your very first booyah? Apa rasanya akhirnya bisa ngamanin booyah pertama di sepanjang keikutsertaan kalian di FFWS SEA Spring 2025?
Gak tahu, biasa aja tadi. Soalnya ngendok.
Oh, he said that he's not excited at all. For him, this is just another day in paradise, nothing special. Tapi kalau kita lihat kan memang tim-tim Indonesia perlahan udah mulai improve nih dari hari kedua. Hari ketiga juga sekarang tadi kita lihat top 3-nya adalah tim-tim Indonesia. Gimana kamu melihat peta persaingan sejauh ini memasuki hari ketiga sendiri?
Gak tahu.
Gak tahu. Lebih ketat atau udah mulai menemukan celahnya, atau emang persiapan kalian aja yang udah lebih baik?
Mungkin lagi nyari performa.
Oh, oke. Jadi masih sambil mencari performa ya?
Iya.
Okay, so I asked him about the challenge. Getting into the third day of the competition, is there any specific strategy that they're trying to map out? Or is there any secret weapon that they're ready to deploy? But so far, he said that he's just trying to find the right rhythm. Again, is the keyword here, to play with his friends, his teammates, and to achieve a better results. Adam mau ngomong sesuatu gak sih sama tim-tim yang tadi udah berhasil dikalahin?
Gak ada.
Gak ada?
Ya.
Gak mau taunting apapun gitu?
Gak.
Enggak? Kenapa enggak?
Lagi di bawah.
Yeah. Okay. I asked him, do you have anything to say to the team that you have just beaten? And then he said that not for now, because he feels like this is not a great position for them just yet in the table, but I think it's not gonna last long. I think Onyx can do better, and Onyx will do better the next chance. Good luck sekali lagi Adam dan juga teman-teman. Ini bener nih nggak mau ngomong apa-apa. Kalau sama fans, ada nggak yang mau disampaikan?
Gak ada juga.
Masa nggak ada yang udah nge-support? Ayo dong, cool banget.
Gak ada.
Gak ada?
Yeah.
Are you sure? So this is just the last question. Do you have anything to say to the fans that has been supporting you? And this is the very first Booyah. This is kind of a big deal. Gak ada?
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing for now, but he will eventually when he get more than just one Booyah. Anyway, that is Adam from Onyx Esports. A round of applause for Adam, please. All right, survivors, we're gonna get back to the game, but first, let's hear what the casters are going to say about the next one. Take it away, casters.
I really like how humble he is. He's like, I really want to trash talk them, but I acknowledge where I am on the overall leaderboard, and I think I'll shut up for now. Respect to the kid. He knows exactly where he is, but we know where they need to get. Onyx, Olympus, Visaki Sriwijaya. Obviously, we want to see them continuously climb up to the top on the side of Indonesia.
Hey, maybe he got a message from the universe just like you, my guy. I feel like, all of these teams so far has just been feeling it, and now we're getting a really, really spicy day number 3. But even so, I think that VSJ, they're so close to it. They're so very, very close. They just need to win out of that very last fight. And I think a couple of tweaks can be made to actually make that happen, because I feel like they get overly eager to make sure that they win, especially since they are that team that forces the scenario in top 3s to try and close out on that second squad before they finally get into the 4v4.
I'm actually of the opposite view here, because I think they were playing way too passive on their first day showing up. I think they were kind of intimidated by all of the other big names there. They are making the break into the big scene for the first time. They didn't really want to make those mistakes. But today, I think they've suffered their losses, and they're like, all right, we tried to play it safe, it didn't work, let's try to get a little bit aggressive. And I really like this, right? 2 aggressive games, and they've got to that final circle. They may not be able to complete this run with the Booyah, but who counts Booyahs anyway? Buriram sure as hell doesn't count Booyahs. They're capable of picking it up, but they are looking for the bigger objective, getting into the final circle, and then later collecting those points, because those placement points come in very handy for you to climb up the board, Gideon.
They do, and I think, I agree with you that, previously they were playing too passive, but I think in these final circle scenarios, it's just a very small tweak, because so far the formula that they've done for early to mid is working out really nicely. It's just that small tweak, but even so, I do want to see that final score at the end. What were they doing during that downtime of mid to early? Were they able to actually get a couple of eliminations to put themselves back on the map?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, we see a lot of passion on the battlefield. We see a lot of passion in the YouTube chat as well. These guys really, really love these Southeast Asian teams. And I don't know what kind of a blessing this is, but it's really good to see the esports scene grow in such a way. We've got fans from all over the world, massive fan base in India as well, who are here to support teams that they really look up to here in Southeast Asia. And as they are looking for those big squads, when teams like Onyx, when teams like Visaki Sriwijaya come out here and they surprise, they also gain an ability to gain a brand new fan base for themselves, right? So I want to see them do a lot more here today.
Hey man, this anger is turning into passion. We're just seeing the audience mature alongside of a lot of these teams, especially from these like debut and rookies. They start off young, but then when they become pillars of their team, they understand how important it is to build up that confidence, to feel like, hey, they are part of the best. I mean, you heard it from Adam himself. He, again, was able to, he wanted to trash talk so badly, but it's not the right time. We got to get a couple more points, get a hot day today, and then maybe that allows him to start the trash talk.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, this is a very interesting MVP pulled off here by Onyx Olympus. Adam, 2 eliminations, 1,622 on the damage, 2 headshots. This doesn't look MVP material to me. There were a couple of scenarios out there which I feel like, there were better plays from his team members, but it doesn't really matter. In the grand scheme of things, there's no MVP collection for some extra bit of points out there or extra bit of money. So I think this one is just a badge of honor that Adam can wear on behalf
of his full squad. Onyx Olympus did well overall together.
They did. They played a very slow game. I think, you know, they understood that they took too much punishment, and it's always just trying to catch up, and especially in these Southeast Asian lobbies, no team is gonna let you just walk away for free. Let's look at the rest of his squadron, right? Because again, it does seem like their squad, it has the capability of being really, really aggressive, but not necessarily, right? It's all about timing. It's all about just patiently waiting until you all collectively pop your actives.
Yeah, again, the Sentino being brought in here, a very off-meta play. Perhaps in Clash Squad, he comes in really handy. Out here on that Battle Royale, absolute chaos. Wings has been able to use this Sentino, but I haven't seen the efficacy of that Sentino just yet in terms of saving them from a pickle. So I'm pretty curious on if or not this is going to be the lineup of active skills they continue to run with, or they're going to be making any bit of a change out there within the next games. But I guess because they've hit the Booyah, they can maintain this?
I suppose. I don't know. There's a couple of weird ones as well, right? The fact that they've got Olivia as their passives, whenever they pick people up, they're going to have a little bit more HP. It's like they're expecting to get traded. They're expecting to get those knockdowns happen, and they want to drag out that fight as much as possible before they collectively swing out at the same time. But when looking in the damage numbers, I mean, 4 headshots coming in for Crimex in that game, and also coming up with 1.7k damage overall with 2 limbs and 2 assists, it just feels like Onyx Olympus just wanted to play a very slow, very passive game and just play purely for positions to guarantee points.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. I mean, Crime MKS is MVP worthy as well. Now it makes sense as to why it was so awkward in terms of that MVP selection, because overall the team just didn't do much out there, right? I didn't manage to catch the number of eliminations before the match ended, so now this makes so much more sense to me. A total of 6 eliminations spread out through 4 players. Obviously, you're not going to see a lot of damage there, not a lot of assists coming on through as well. So it was a sneaky Booyah ripped away by Onyx Olympus. But that actually brings me to wonder, did Visaki Srivijaya successfully overtake them on the leaderboard because of these low elimination numbers? That's something that I'm very curious of now.
Oh, that's actually a really, really good point here. I mean, we first need to see how many eliminations they're able to get. We'll eventually get to the board in just a little bit, but let's look at our key players, because even GOW were making pretty active plays on the map. They definitely weren't holding back at all.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely weren't holding back, right? GOW, 8 eliminations out of Yan alone. Obviously, massive points to kind of climb up the leaderboard, even though position placement-wise, they weren't so great. Or be in here for Visaki Srivijaya, 2,491 on the damage. I mean, look at that, man. This guy alone as the rusher for the squad has got more damage than 2 players put together on the side of Onyx Olympus. That shows how much of work Visaki put into that matchup. And Team Flash, first game, they got that Booyah. Second game, they're forcing ABCD to bring in too many of these revivals, man. Earlier, he was the MVP. Now he's highlighted for reviving his team members because they couldn't keep up.
Oh my goodness, look at that. VESJ right on top of 23 total points. 14 eliminations, tying up with GOW, but better placement points.
And look at Booyah, bro. Onyx Olympus down in the 4th spot because they just could not rip away as many points as expected. GOW just managed to climb, and not just climb, leap over Onyx Olympus. But Visaki Srivijaya, once again, this is that miracle for a team that was just lurking at the bottom, feeding to all of the other squads. Now they are doing eating. They are doing the fine dining experience out there, and I don't mind if they become a glutton today when it comes to farming all of these eliminations. 14 eliminations strong, 9 placement points for 23 in total. And you remember what I said at the start of this broadcast, that if they get an average of 10 points, maybe 15 points, I'm a happy boy. 2 games in, Visaki Srivijaya at 36 points. I'm a very, very happy boy.
Hey, you heard it here first, VESJ. You got your tickets to the buffet certified by AJ the Mustachio already. And now the question is, can they maximize it even further, right? It's looking so good for them. And based on what we're seeing, a majority of the Indonesian teams are pretty heavy on looking for these elimination points, with the only exception being Onyx. Everybody else is playing for position, even BRU colliding with BTR that early on, and honestly getting pretty affected by multiple Riptide rhythms coming from teams on the outer edges of their compound. Can't really do much. Some may say unlucky, others will say at least they don't have 100% win rate in that top 3.
Yeah, I think for Buriram, there's two problems, right? Number one, that was rookie mistake. Nobody plays under Clock Tower in that way when they don't have the right firepower. They did not have the right firepower. Number two, the Cruise is still trying to find his comfort zone within the Buriram squad. So obviously, we're not going to see masterful plays just yet. But I think if we give them enough time to warm up, this lineup of Buriram can really, really hurt the competition. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, a quick break. When we come back, the action continues.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have?
Okay. Time to save the day again!
What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season. 2 games in, 1,000 likes up on YouTube. You guys are rocking it. Thank you so much. And all of this action, not just in this season, but both in spring and fall, is powered by none other than Red Bull, the official energy drink partner for Free Fire World Series.
They're going to be sponsoring us for both spring and as well as fall, so you can try out, in the meantime, all of their flavors. They come up with many different products as well. Make sure that you stay refreshed and energized guys, because you're going to need the energy to keep up with all the action that we've been seeing here today, especially as the underdog teams continue to rise. And we're hoping that this is going to be a continuous trend for the rest of today.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Osama as well. I see you, brother, representing Pakistan in the chat. The good old home of old school hotshot esports and the one and only Resurrection esports. Can't wait to see what Pakistan can do on the world stage one day, because time and time again, right, we've seen these teams have that opportunity. But unfortunately, some hurdles in the way. But one day, we get to see them in full flight. But the game schedule, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash and Booyah dominating the first two games, Purgatory and Bermuda. We've got 3 more games at Nextterra, Kalahari, and Alpine before we get to that randomizer for Game 4.
All right, that means just 4 more maps left to go. 4 more opportunities for our teams to get points. With the next one being Nextterra, let's see how this is going to play out. Because notoriously, we've seen a lot of these Vietnamese teams play really, really strong defensive games with a lot of structures, especially towards the north side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, Nextterra is a map that has a lot of compounds to play. And at the same time, if the circle is cheeky, it can bring you to some unfortunately open grounds where you will really have to depend on those glue walls. So you can't take for granted that Nextterra serves you up in all of those defensive spots. You have to be very, very careful with how you utilize all of those glue walls. In fact, any of those utilities that you pick out there on this map.
Yep, and now, I mean, looking at the map stats, Falcons Heavy as well as AG Global are the top scorers on it thus far. That might just change here today. Let's see whether we can catch up to those 40, the 31, and the 28 points.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, if you look at Falcons, they're not going to be playing today, but they have set the bar already for some of these other teams to overtake, and just so that they can kind of put their mark of dominance here as well, right? So this is where we will also see if or not the underdogs who have been performing well will be able to keep the pace up, because Nextterra is just a different sort of beast here in the world of Free Fire map.
Yep, it's the city of the future for a reason. It's the pinnacle of science and the pinnacle of technology, but also where the meta really starts to rattle up depending on that final zone. As we head on over to Nextterra, here's our flight path.
Whoop. A fair flight path for everybody to take a decent pick as to where they want to fly on to. They will not be challenged distance-wise. But obviously, a hot drop will just make things a little bit more exciting to watch. Some of the big squads here, oh my god. The hot drop comes on through from the team, the underdog squad that I have been looking forward to in terms of finding some performance out there. Onyx Olympus will drop square in the middle of a split push from Team Expand.
Expand going for a, again, trying to control 2 zones, trying to make sure that everybody's got enough loot. But at the same time, they could look for that big punish in Onyx. For now, we see CRM already in contact as Dix is the first to go down as well. That's first blood for CRM. No surprises from CRM. This is what they like to do, is they find Koja next. This first drop is not looking good as they get 1 buyback. It looks like BTR are on the run.
Yeah, great insurance play from Bigatron Delta. They just don't have the right guns to play the counter up against Core Memory. And Core Memory better be careful because they haven't really been on point all throughout this competition. And as I say that, they come swinging on out as they find Pyong. Faiz will be able to trade 1 back. The shot straight to Folky's head, but that is going to... Uh-oh, bye-bye. Vamos right behind Dick. The man just came back with a secondary in hand. This is going to be an early exit for Bigatron Delta.
Yeah, it's not looking great. There's only so much you can do, but that's going to be a super early exit. How unfortunate for BTR. In the meantime, we now see Expand in the middle, trying to make sure that they win out this battle against Onyx, and they've already found 1 and found 2. Oh, Onyx Adam is doing well with the shotgun. He's going pretty heavy with the M5, and with that, he's already eliminated. Expand eliminate Onyx Olympus, ending their gas.
And this is exactly what I was pointing out, right? The underdogs are capable of having some explosive rounds, but the consistency is key here, and they keep losing that key. They're not going to be able to enter this house anytime soon.
We'll see whether or not WAG is going to make Vamos meet that same fate. They already have their full fighting force with 1 actually looking for the flank, but the compound here, very easy to defend for Vamos in the meantime. Only 2 members are visible. Not sure what the rest of the Vamos team Just looking out for UAG will capitalize on this as they've already dashed on in. They still hold on. They've isolated, and Allen already finds two and eliminates them pretty quickly. A great pincer maneuver with the help of Cyrus.
Sorry, where's Vamos? I just saw them there.
They're gone. They got wiped off like chalk on a chalkboard.
Thankfully, there was one guy still alive on the side of Vamos, and the instant revival coming on through. So the Malaysians are hanging on for their dear lives. A little unfortunate. That was way too quick. 590 stuff, bro. It just ends the game before it starts.
Hey, I mean, it's already stated a close to mid-range demon at this point. That's why so many teams are opting to go for it over the Trogon at this point. Even so, EVOS now coming into contact with Flash once again. I mean, they had a similar scenario actually happen to them in the previous map. Let's see if they're going to play this out a little differently. Do they want to go all in, or are they just looking for picks first?
Lucky is asking if this is the real Mustachio in the YouTube chat. No, it's the fake Mustachio. Of course it's the real one.
We're watching the YouTube chat, guys. Don't worry. We'll reply whenever we can. In the meantime, we've seen that VESJ actually hunting down the Todak members one by one. Russia getting out sniped by Huang at this point of time. And that's not good. It means that the Riptide Rhythm's coming out. Oh wait, he drops his launcher pretty early on. AimGod, he's not in position to cover the rest of his teammates and now has to go into the vending machine to buy them back as Ray falls to his knees and gets eliminated as well.
They say money cannot solve big life problems, but it can help you buy back your teammates in a good game of Free Fire. Thank God, AimGod had enough money for that.
He did. And now he's going to try his best to stay under the radar. He already slipped through Team Flash once. Can he do it again? And if so, can he bring down a couple of members and secure a few elimination points before anything else? He's going to hear them coming up on his right side. Oh, he notices it. Quickly drops down to heal UAV. But unfortunately, despite being at close range, electrotherapy just too good.
A flashy exit there, and Toda on a revival spree as well. I thought it was going to be all over for them already as they got caught out by the players on the side of Hisaki Srivijaya. And look at this as well, Red Expand all back in it after that massive fight that they took early on up against Onyx Olympus. And the Dinoculus used, players spotted out already. Question is who used the Dinoculus? That one we're not too sure.
Well, in the meantime though, we're going to see how they're going to try and control their, again, This is now Clash Squad right here, but VSJ in the back trying to interrupt the Clash Squad so far, and I think that's why Expand is a little hesitant to go even further than this. The question is whether GOW are aware of the exact same scenario. It looks like Expand, they walk away from this, quickly launching themselves. GOW will take pot shots as the blue starts to close in. Expand is out of there.
Yeah, great reposition coming through, and it was not a blind reposition coming through from Expand. They take position on the bridge, which is a real 50-50, gets you great vantage point, but to maneuver yourself around from that bridge without a launch pad is going to be a little tough, and obviously everybody's going to be looking up, right? And if your head sticks out a little bit too far, those headshots can be pretty nasty.
It can be. Now, ooh, it looks like VESJ now getting attacked by GOW. This is what we were expecting. These two teams would eventually collide. And now, even VESJ, they're like, I don't want to be part of this. They're going to get shot out of the sky, but luckily nobody gets knocked just yet. They walk away, minimal punishment, just a couple of health packs to keep them alive.
Shout out to the country of my ancestors. We've got some Sri Lankans in the chat as well from a world of Free Fire that used to be a part of many of our matches where the Malaysians used to be involved in. Unfortunately, we don't see many of these squads, but fingers crossed we do see them back in high octane action once again, just like some of these teams. My goodness, Russia sniped out of nowhere. Cougar with the AC-80, nasty shots coming on through, and Team Flash, the closest ones to EVOS Divine, they go in for the follow-up, and thank God once again AimGod had money. Okay, money is important in life, guys.
His investments have worked out. He will eventually fall, and now it's just Russia by himself. However, he's going over Deca Square and CRM. I mean, I'm watching the kill feed. They've taken a very good engagement against WAG. They've been winning out a majority of their fights, but this could potentially be the end unless he is able to get out of there. In the meantime, we see that BRU, one elimination coming in from Wasana, going into the boxing gym, and they've been pretty under the radar for quite some time. It feels like they're trying something out.
Yep, they're just trying to not exit early.
They don't want to see the exit. Please, don't go into the light.
The only reason why they haven't exited is because we don't have clock tower on this map. Buriram. Okay. We tease Buriram, we play with them, but we all know they are not just championship quality, but world championship quality, right? The team that is most desperately hungry to bring that world championship back, the trophy back to Thailand, and they've brought the cruise back as their secret weapon. But I just don't find him hitting hard, like get high just yet. So I'm actually looking to see what the cruise can bring to the team. Thus far, I'm still not impressed, but we can cut the kid some slack because these are still warm-up games for him on this level.
Yep. Maybe he's just getting used to the jersey, you know? I mean, they're bringing in swag, and now we look at it, expand once again. They have to deal with VESJ. I mean, they disengaged from their previous engagement against GOW because of this squad, and it looks like they're rotating in the exact same pathway as well. We'll see how they're going to play this out, because again, VESJ, they are not prone to just having to fight for the sake of fighting, and now, cut back to Team Flash, they're dealing with the now recovered, Todak. Healing UAV already dropped down, but now the explosives are going to be thrown as well as Death, making sure he's got a launcher ready to go on the outer side of the compound if they try to get in too close.
Well, God is on the side of Todak because GOW just shot at Flash from nowhere and they took Wang out of the equation. But ABCD, the aggression will catch Videl, the M590. Look at them bunny hop all around the battlefield, hunting out these fishes on land. Todak has nowhere to run. Traps has no guns to play. And Flash will have an easy day wiping the floor with these Todak players. It's just a tad bit unfortunate. And GOW again interfering in Flash's fight, helping out the Malaysian squad survive.
And Todak, they got to scramble, right? They're still stuck out in the blue and Flash. They took a bit of damage, but they were put low because of the engagement in the first place. A quick launch into the zone of Deca Square, and a lot of teams are hungry, and a lot of teams are in the vicinity. Vamos take the first couple of shots, but the Zom still alive.
Go Jojo, it's your birthday. You just bought back, thankfully, 2 of your team members once again. Todak! Jojo just expired as I sang a song for him. Uncalled for Team Flash. Wasana finding Alan WAG stuck up against Buriram. Visaki Sriwijaya in the mix as well. But as Buriram tries to shut down all of these blue walls out of nowhere, Cyrus with the Trogon turns the table. Wasana though comes flying on out to find the finisher. X4 too low, but a Riptide Rhythm out of nowhere. And Mochi from afar shuts down X4 and prevents him ending the run of the rest of his team members. And now one final player in the name of Cyrus. He's got the Trogon, but no backup. But he does manage to put Wasana down on the ground.
And then Jonah turns it to finish this off. They will be able to eliminate WAG. We're seeing BRU get active on the map. They're gonna have to bring back the cruise at some point, but 5 eliminations is good enough. With no stragglers, I mean, they're just looking for these placement points, right? And they want to eliminate a full squad. They don't want them to keep having to chase them down the map.
Absolutely, man. Now we've got some Brazilian fanboys in the chat as well. They think that Brazil will be able to dominate these teams from Southeast Asia. Well, they're not wrong entirely.
They're definitely not
the world, the world champions. Fluxo most definitely proved that they can dominate Southeast Asia, at least some of their teams, when they met the last time. 2 years in a row now, Brazil has managed to keep the trophy in Brazil. And obviously, Thailand not having any of that. Buriram, a team that's dipping as far as bringing a player out of retirement from back in 2022 back into the mix to hope to make some sort of a difference for themselves. We all want to see if or not Southeast Asia stands a stronger chance this time round to win the trophy. But first of all, we need to see exactly who rises up to the occasion, right? And here's the blessing. Visaki Srivijaya, they're still alive, bro.
They're still alive, man. They're still kicking around. They're looking for that opportunity. They always want to be just taking their time and moving themselves in. However, Deca Square, not exactly the greatest end zone to be in for a lot of these teams on the outside. BRU can go for that late rotate, and I think at the ESJ, they've noticed this as well. They're going to take a couple of pot shots, and now BRU need to make a consideration. Moshi ends up falling down, and it looks like even GOW have an angle on them. They quickly go for the revive, they quickly keep him back up. Wasana needs to get back underneath cover as we see that VSJ is now heading straight into the ring.
Okay. Now we are gonna have a flag fight in this YouTube chat, alright? Chat, put the flag that you think is capable of dominating the world stage this time around in that comment section. I want to see whether they may see more Brazilian flags or Thai flags or Vietnamese flags. You put those flags down. If you want to put that Indian flag there, you put that flag down. We want to check out chat in a little bit because we are having some zen moment here. Nobody wants to get into a little bit of a tussle with their opponents. Everybody wants this next circle. But I can guarantee you, boys, that this is getting a tad bit too crowded.
It is. We need to start seeing 9 squads in such a tiny little space of Deca Square. We're not even getting the full expanse of Deca Square as well. Now we're seeing that EVOS Divine on the outside. BRU struggling to get in. Vamos.
Visaka Srivijaya just took out a player from the side of Buriram. Talk a little bit about some underdog action. And Vamos! Vamos of all teams putting an end to Buriram's run. One final survivor, Wasana. And Wasana is broke. 300 coins in hand. And all he can do is face the wall for not being able to back up the rest of his team members.
They had to run through the Ring of Fire. They also had to run through the firing squad of Vamos. With this final ring now starting to head towards the southern side of Deca Square. Vamos with 5 eliminations. They are at full fighting force. Same goes for a majority of these teams on the outside as well. CRM also pretty strong. And now that's going to be Todak bowing out at 9th. And everybody, this is what we're expecting. These squads will start dropping like flies, but the rotations, whoever moves first is going to be under a lot of scrutiny for those sitting on the top of these roofs.
Holy mama, this is where the real battle begins, baby. Ab hoga asli dangal. This is the fight we've been waiting for. Yanbin taking out the final player out of EVOS Divine. Kochil says bye-bye. But look at this. Visaki Srivijaya, maybe a rematch up against Expand at the Coffee Club.
Going to have to chill for a moment. It's highs and lows, and GOW, they've got their rotation down. Pretty safe to get on in. Especially giving up that height to get that first rotation. They're looking for a position to stop everybody else. They're going to be hiding behind this canister. But again, the verticality may not be in their favor. So they got to keep their eyes up towards those roofs, up to the skies. And instead, they're actually going to go to play behind the bleachers.
Oh, this is now crazy. Core Memory in front of Visaki Srivijaya. Now they've got that high ground advantage. Core Memory, on the other hand, the moment they step out of their defenses, they are going to be shot at from all angles. The circle moving towards GOW. Visaki Srivijaya, they have got some room for maneuvering, but GOW has got the biggest advantage. And this advantage can be made into a disadvantage by a rotating team flash. So many things happening! But Demon secures the shot onto the final player on the side of Team Flash. Their position does not get outed just yet.
Now the rotations are coming in. Expand waiting for the very last second. They will face off against BRU, the last member, and as well as Vamos at the same time. They have to coordinate their movements, especially when they have the access to electrotherapy. No! One is already down because he gets picked back up just in time. Luckily for Vault, he's able to keep himself alive, but no, with so many shots coming through, and especially with VESJ looking down towards them, this has been a pretty brutal rotation for Expand.
अरे भाई तीसरा आदमी आ गया. The fight between Expand and Vamos. Visaki Srivijaya poking their noses in there. Wasana just behind the lines of Expand, sneakily staying alive. But for how long? Still gets it. Drops to West. But Gade says it's the end for you. Joel steals a point away. Visaki Srivijaya out of nowhere. They are on fire. are out here today.
Another headshot coming out from Joel, and now even GOW, they don't have any compounds to play with. CRM is making sure that the bottom base is completely secure, defensive. They hold to play this war of attrition as Vamos and Expand are down to their last 2 members. This war of attrition has been brutal, but finally Gardu takes out G'day, and that's Vamos in 5th.
My good lord! Visaki Srivijaya is just exploding on everyone. Is this the time? Is this the day? Is this the game? Visaki Srivijaya claims their first booyah of this competition. Joel now tagged up from the bottom. GOW right behind the container, and they have been holding this position for the longest of time now. And the circle starts squeezing everybody in. High ground advantage still for the Indonesians, which GOW wants to take away from them potentially.
I mean, GOW have to make a choice, and it looks like they're going to have to go upwards, but CRM, let's see whether or not they try and bust a move, and it looks like they're trying to jiggle peek that corner, and GOW blocked them off. They don't want them in here at all. They want them to bleed out in the blue for as long as possible. As we see VESJ, they just have to bing chill. They don't have to do much. The glue wall melters are already out. Does anybody have a Riptide Rhythms? The shotguns start getting involved. Cougar, Jumga, and Poon are cleaning up GOW, and now the final ring happens. Do they jump down?
Well, it's going to be a medkit gameplay. Visaki Srivijaya can't get to them just yet, but through the wall, you look at the FCL finding the connection, and Obey out of nowhere. They managed to get a double for themselves, but Foki and Cougar find the trade. Poon, the final player left in here, and he's playing patch up. Medkit gameplay from core memory, and it is about to fail because Visaki Srivijaya have got 2 players, and Visaki Srivijaya makes history here at FFWS SEA Spring 2025.
Well played, well played. A booyah achieved finally after getting so close in the past 2 maps. On the 3rd map, they hit big. Really nicely done. Oh, I thought the verticality was going to be a problem, but this time round, CRM, it's not enough. It's not enough for Medpack gameplay. They tried their best to try and whittle them down, but even for VSJ, they made sure that they had a good split. 2 on top, 2 at the bottom. Make sure if they try to go for any kind of engagements, we have the resources to out-sustain them.
It's the day of the underdogs. And people were like, Mustachio, what's up with your predictions? It ain't no prediction. It's a spoiler. What a play by the Indonesian team. And it looks like today might just be the day where WAG or any of the Vietnamese squads out there, they take a big L from Indonesia, man, because these boys are hitting on a different level altogether. And look at the eliminations. 13 eliminations strong. Visaki Srivijaya by the end of this game, plus the booyah, giving them a total of 25 solid points.
They continue to warm up, and they're rising. They're rising pretty high here. Really well played coming out from Visaki Srivijaya. I think that overall, they've been trying to warm up, and now that they found their confidence, they are looking like a completely different team.
Oh yeah, I mean, apologies, I got too excited. It's Visaka Srivijaya, but you know. It's a new team, okay? I'm getting used to it.
You gotta add your little flair to it. Gotta add your little flair. I'm sure they're still going to send you a jersey at some point.
Whatever, man. What a game that was, Gideon. And it's still the day of the underdogs. The underdogs keep standing up high, standing up tall, taking the fight up against some of these big boys and making them look like nothing. And props to Vamos. The Malaysian team might not have been able to walk away with the booyah, but Vamos shutting down Buriram as they try to reposition. So sweet, baby. This is what we want to see here at FFWSC. We are gearing up for the interview as well. We want to hear from Visaki Srivijaya exactly what is fueling them on, because, dude, from day 1 of performance versus day 2 of performance, just with 1 game, they've outdone what they did in a whole day, 6 matches, and they continue to perform so well.
Yeah, I think, this team now, the ceiling is much higher than what we've expected. And now from this point onward is going to be the growth period. I think the real question, if they continue and end this day really hot, they got to keep on striking it, because then they're going to be forced to adapt as other teams will take notice of them and will start to understand, hey, they figured out something in this current metagame that we might have to think of maybe a solution. If not, just mix and match, copy it over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh, what a delight it is casting this day. My goodness, it's great to have you here with me, Gideon. But of course, the interview now in store for all of you guys. Visakhi Sriwijaya, without further ado.
Alrighty, thank you analysts and casters. Survivors, second booyah of the day for Team Indonesia. And now, it's time for Visakhi Sriwijaya! Oh my god, that was not only dramatic, but very, very brilliant. And I'm here today with Joel. Hi Joel. Aku mau tanya dulu sama kamu. Tadi aku kagum banget ngeliat betapa cerdasnya. Bahkan kamu juga tadi dipuji-puji sama para caster kita. Pengambilan keputusannya luar biasa banget, menutup semua akses yang mempersulit tim lawan untuk bisa ngambil positioning yang lebih baik dari kamu. Kalau boleh tahu, decision makernya tadi siapa? Apakah memang inisiatif pure dari kamu atau ada saran dari siapa?
Gardu itu.
Oh, Gardu. Tepuk tangan dong buat Gardu. So I asked him about the very brilliant move that they did on the match in which Joel here closed all access and made it very difficult for the other team to get a better positioning. And turns out it was Gardu who decided to do that. So round of applause for Gardu as well. Shout out Gardu. That was super amazing. Leadership. Kalau bicara leadership, siapa sih di antara kalian yang jiwa kepemimpinannya tuh paling besar di saat-saat genting tuh suaranya paling didengar?
Aku sama Gardu.
Oh, jadi Joel sama Gardu. I asked him about who within your team is one with the biggest leadership, and he said that it's himself and Gardu. Again, Gardu is stealing the show, kind of. Sebagai salah satu tim yang bisa dikatakan newbie, akhirnya tiba di FFWS SEA 2025 Spring. Gimana rasanya bisa dapetin booyah pertama hari ini?
Senang lah, cuman masih banyak yang harus diperbaikin lagi.
Oh, what a humble answer. I asked him about how does it feel to finally secure a booyah as one of the newbie team that enters FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2025. And he said that he's very proud, very happy, but he still have a lot to learn and they will learn in the time frame that they have right now. Once again, congratulations Visakhi Sriwijaya. It's an honor to have you here. Sekarang kita akan kembalikan dulu ke para caster untuk melanjutkan kembali pembahasan. We're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away.
I just want to know, who the hell is Miss Caroline Conchita? I am sitting here and I've got questions in my head. And she is asking the right questions out there to the player, right? I was so curious what brought out these phenomenal plays, and it just makes so much of sense. Gardu calling the shots is one of the most senior players on this squad, and clearly he knows his way around some of these veteran opponents out there, which are world championship worthy, right? For them to go out there, not just be able to take that instruction, but to execute those plays. Great stuff out of Visakhi Sriwijaya.
No, I gotta compliment him as well. I mean, the leadership is such an important factor now that the meta has shifted from, hey, we don't need big highlight players to always find these big entry frags for us to outplay our opponents. It is now a full-on team game, and the coordination is most important at this stage. And I think that it's an awkward timing because he previously played for Onyx Olympus, and the fact that they decided to drop him at a time where the meta shifts to, hey, let's play like a full-on team, feels kind of bad, but hey, great for VSJ.
I mean, no doubts whatsoever. It was just crazy plays all around, right? Even the play with core memory, they took the fight to Visakhi Sriwijaya, and Joel just absolutely shut them down. 5 eliminations, 5 headshots, 5,899 on the damage. The sniper for Visakhi Sriwijaya, and they finally climb up to the top with this phenomenal play. But I am more curious as to how the rest of his team members did as well with the numbers.
Oh yeah, I mean, big numbers coming in for our MVP. If everybody else is pretty close numbers, you can tell that they were making sure they were punishing the entire lobby in that final ring scenario. Let's look at this team so far. First with their setup.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we see the Oscar here, very rare, but Oscar is one of those newest additions in the game that allows your team to be very aggressive. Oscar literally runs through those glue walls, knocking back players at the same time. And you can also see Gardu walking in here with the Ford. With the Iron Will, he gains HP whilst he's taking damage. So Oscar is the rusher for the squad. But surprisingly, there is no Cassie in here, no electrotherapy, but this man was still empowered to take the fight up to the opponents. But they were managing that balance between aggressive and defensive. You didn't really see Vasaka Sriwijaya run up against teams, but whenever they had to get into a good team fight, they stuck together and they ran it out.
Actually, on second pass, Guns was running the Cassie, so he was working with Gardu in those scenarios.
Oh, okay.
With the electrotherapy to keep him alive. But one more thing is that he's making sure that he's taking the passive to pick people up and keeping them healthy, knowing that Oscar, again, may not be able to outplay the scenarios, but bulldozing that pathway. Now, let's look at our key players. We've got Jump, Joel, and as well as Dian. I mean, so far, what we've been seeing here on Nextterra, it's a lot of punishment for teams who end up having a rough mid-game, walking into that final circle, trying to survive from the mid-game with less than optimal squads, if not just missing a member. The numbers advantage was so huge, and we saw every other team who was missing a member die out very early on in the final few rounds.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, we looked at those grenade eliminations as well, which are just so sweet to watch. But look at the miracle here. Core Memory, one of the teams that are struggling down at the bottom, actually manages to overtake Vasaka Sriwijaya at the top with a single point, all thanks to their explosive elimination. 17 elims in this match alone. Phenomenal performance from them. But once again, look at these teams who are at the top of the leaderboard. All underdog teams, man. Even Vamos is on the 6th spot. And then you look at the big teams, the big names are towards the bottom. Buriram WAG struggling. This is the kind of scenario I never thought I would see.
I never thought it was going to end up like this as well. I mean, my predictions for the top spots are definitely sitting in the middle, if not already towards the bottom of the board. Regardless, this is what we've been waiting to see, right? Teams really stepping up here today, really building up upon that confidence, but it's too early on in the tournament and we haven't gotten to that phase where teams start to adapt. So whatever they've come in, they gotta make sure that they stick to it. If so, if they are going to adapt, they gotta come up with a new version of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. Obviously, you have to come out with a new version of yourself, kind of rework all of your approach towards these games, right? Or maybe you just want to get yourself a brand new mobile phone. Maybe it's your hardware that's the issue, right? And if you are out in the market looking for a new one, the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is the way to go. We're talking about next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite as far as the Galaxy processor is concerned, as well as the Vulkan engine and ray tracing technology on a mobile phone. This is next level stuff, kid.
It really is. And let me tell you, for a person like me, I've got like these big chunky hands, right? Big chunky fingers as well. It helps that the S25 Ultra comes in at a pretty good size, and they even give you a little bit more. So if we're talking about an advantage in game, you can actually edit your HUD just a little bit because you don't need all the space and you technically get more POV.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we are looking forward to teams dominating out there. So if you don't have the right stuff in your hands, then it really doesn't matter exactly what you try to do out there in terms of your tactics. But looking at the schedule, it's been a day where Thailand cannot find dominance yet again. It's all about Vietnam. It's all about Indonesia, baby. And that's the way we want to flex this. So far, all out underdog plays. Started off by Team Flash grabbing the booyah on Purgatory. Onyx Olympus rising to the occasion on Bermuda, but unfortunately clunking out early on Nextterra. But using the opportunity, Vasaka Sriwijaya soaring up to the top of the table. But this is what we want to continue seeing for the rest of the 3 games as well, because we know Buriram is dying to make a comeback.
But our next map is going to be Kalahari. If we're talking about the teams who have performed the best on it, it's RQPE and as well as Falcon. And honestly, by the end of today, we might see teams really start to change things up, because so far, I mean, if we're talking about teams, especially within Indonesia, they look up to RQ and be like, Kalahari, that's their map. We can play like them, if not better.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the teams that are struggling, they just need to remember Zindagi na milega dobara. They cannot get a second chance. They have to go all out this time round to find the shutdown. And obviously, these big teams trying to scratch and claw their way back in. The only way these smaller teams can prevent this is take the fight to them, right? Hot drop Buriram. Let's see if you can make a name for yourself. This is a great name, but of course, heading on into the game, let's see exactly who has got the guts to do something crazy like that.
All right, with that being said, it's time to head on into another really hot map. You don't want to get sand between your toes because it's full of it. This map is waiting to see who is going to be the hottest of them all. Kalahari, as we head on into game number 4, and the drop has begun.
Pretty fair flight path. Of course, sub is going to be far away to reach, but not impossible. And many teams will be looking to rotate over to that high ground advantage. You also have a vending machine, a revival platform there. So if battles do go south, the sub is the kind of place you want it to go south in, so you can find some sort of a recovery. And just to answer Shay's question as well, he's been asking me a couple of times already, what's my opinion on the return of the crews on the side of Buriram United Esports? I would say I'm as excited as seeing Funa on the squad. That equals not very excited at all.
Give it some time. For now, we do see that EVOS taking an early engagement against Expanded. They've already found 2 of their members from confinement almost straight away off the drop. Unfortunately, the loot just was not in their favor, and now Expand are on the run.
Let me elaborate as to why I'm not excited, right? Because I think the Cruise is a player that's capable of finding eliminations out there on the battlefield. But I think it's going to take a while to adjust himself to the pace of game. But I guess the blessing in that case would be the fact that we have a marathon of 6 weeks of knockout stages for him to warm up. But the question is also going to be, how many games does the Cruise get as opposed to get high? Because they also have to get high at an all-time high as far as his flexibility or approach to the game is concerned. So, I don't know, man. We better start seeing some high performance from the Cruise, because if he doesn't show us that, I don't think we're going to see him out there a lot.
Yeah, and now substitutions are already coming into play, right? Vikian as well as Krillin being subbed out. Let's see whether it's going to make a difference or not. As we look on over towards the eastern side of the map, the maze, we see that Prime XK already with a very forward position, but we cut back to EVOS Divine. This time, they're going to have to face off against CRM, who came off hot the last map, and I think they're going to bring their confidence straight to Rasha, who's currently out of position.
Yeah, I mean, CRM's just one of those teams that's finding great comeback plays in here today. Their day 1 performance was absolutely horrendous. Nothing was going their way. And they are actually quite a big squad, right? Big names on their side. Even Cougar used to be part of CGGG, one of the more aggressive players out there. But Rasya actually missing the opportunity to spot 2 CRM players. It was Divine. As they quickly reposition, it's a blessing that CRM did not step out of their defenses to take that aggressive approach as well. Rasyado spots out 2 players. Make that 3 as Cougar shows up as well.
Well, he's got the gun for CQC. Now he's just going to take his time, making sure the launcher is used effectively. Kochio finds one into Cougar. Got a little too close to the entrance, but now Kochio finishes off the kill. And now AimGod next to the ball quickly with the chrono as well to kind of buy some time to block the initial shots. With AimGod already down, EVOS, they're going to be able to clean up the rest of CRM, but that doesn't mean that they're eliminated just yet. We cut on over to the next engagement. It's going to be Team Flash as well as Vamos. Oh wow, they're dropping straight for the high ground. They're going to push June off as soon as possible. Even dropping the healing UAV. Spots out all 3 of their members. Death gets churned with a falling shot. Now, ABCD is going to have to try his best. This time, Rhythm's out as he gets the run down almost instantaneously. Death finds one as Lalzi now in possession. Finds one back. The Zom takes 2 down. This is not gone well for Vamos.
No, not gone well at all. The recovery is there, and it is played phenomenally well by Team Flash. They force the other players to expire as they pick their own right back up. WAG up against Todak. This is going to be a tough one for the Malaysian squad. WAG has been starved for points so far, and they will be looking to rip that off of Todak right here, right now. The Riptide Rhythm, speaking of rip, takes down Allen's defenses. but nothing pulled out from that on the side of Todak.
That has definitely stalled the engage, and Todak looking to reposition, because technically the fight is 2v2. It's very difficult to find angles, especially if you don't have control over this high ground. Fies will stop, will try and take pot shots. Looks like Gade is able to revive Zeus, but Expor finds Jojo, and now the initiation has begun as Alan gets right involved, already using his dash to make sure that he doesn't jump off, and Fies finally falls down. Alan taking these points for free.
Yeah, smart play coming through from WAG. A swift finisher, but the final player on the side of Todak has managed to sneak on away. June, on the other hand, caught out by Bigatron Delta, but thankfully that's not the final player. Gade will bring Lozzie instantly back into play.
Now, as we see the teams now calming down. Ooh, this could be bad. Wait, hold on. UAV to quickly get on, but no, a jumping shot from Adam closes the distance enough. Max damage, and is able to find another elimination point. Ton forced to use his econ, put those points in, gets his two teammates back, and they've got to keep on running.
Yeah, we've got some Brazilian fans in the YouTube chat here as well on the Free Fire Esports official YouTube page. And it's great to see them sussing out the Southeast Asian squad. The question is, will Brazil be able to dominate the way the underdogs are fighting a way to dominate out there? Once again, Onyx Olympus sneaking a point off of GOW. They've been farming them for a while now.
Now, Vamos again. Take out the end so far. The end's so close. Oh my goodness. Beats June at the very last bullet, but gets knocked and falls off the high ground. We see the Demon still. I mean, this team has been on the run for a while, but as we see a Malaysian squad, we do notice that VESJ, oh, he needs to shoot it down. He needs to shoot the UAV down. He's been spotted, and now they are aware that the full fighting force of VESJ is here.
Oh, Saga Srivijaya once again. Aggressive approach. Vamos out of the pan into the fire in terms of gunfight and Obey flying on out. I thought they would be able to get that, but Gardu wins that out easy as Obey finds yet another for himself. Vamos just can't seem to catch a break, and Vasaka Srivijaya, what a continuous phenomenal performance today.
You just see them snowball, right? They find that pick, and now they're slow rolling your entire team, forcing you out of positions that you work so hard for. Talking about positions, here by command post, we do see the members of Onyx Olympus trying to recover, but BRU ain't gonna make it easy.
Okay, big question for the chat right here, right now. Which Brazilian team is the best in the world? Obviously, we know Fluxo's the champ, but you let us know exactly whose side you are on. Burila moving on in to finish off this job. Onyx Olympus stuck upstairs, and off-screen Wang finding a player on the side of GOW who's continuously tortured by squad after squad as they run around all over the battlefield. Buriram actually backing away from this engagement instead of going in for the full-on commitment to Onyx Olympus.
I think they just saw GOW's Demon. Yeah, they spotted him earlier, and that's why they pulled back. They thought it was going to be the full squad, and now this gives Onyx. Demon may have just saved this squad from getting eliminated on a full engagement from PRU.
GOW full recovery with those revives, and Buriram running straight into the crosshairs of Visaka Srivijaya. Jonah, does he spot them? Gardu from afar. It's a 2-2 split. Visaka has been spotted out already. Gardu receiving fire. And the full squad of Buriram on their feet as Joel finds one from GOW, but it was Moshi to find a knock. That's the danger of having that high ground advantage. You've got your head sticking out.
I mean, Moshi, he is sharp. The spider senses was tingling. If they spotted them even slightly earlier, that's why he pulled back, right? That's why he wanted to maintain this angle. Whoa, hold on. Gardu takes a very aggressive angle here. He's pretty far from his sniper, but the line of sight is making it difficult for BRU to actually walk at him. They're going to have to take the low ground and then slowly loop around the compound if they want to, but They're going to regroup. Now we got back to BTR against EVOS Divine once more. They've already dropped 2 chronos, making it very difficult to get deeper in. Riptide Rhythm just complete, and Ray will try his best. Shotguns to start the next get, but 8 guards the first fall. Kyong and Koja find 1 each, and they eliminate 2 from the side of EVOS, and that is going to be that. EVOS Divine gone out at 11th.
Civil war between the Indonesians, won out easily by Bigatron Delta, and Bigatron not staying to say hello to core memory as they instantly back away thanks to that launch pad they had in their pockets. Fantastically maneuvered by the Indonesian squad because they just did not have enough utilities to go in a back-to-back squad fight up against core memory right after the annihilation brought upon EVOS Divine. Crazy stuff overall when it comes to the pacing, but only 2 teams have made an exit so far.
As we see BTR chill around Santa Catarina, now we're looking at everybody else, right? Teams who are recovering. WAG, I mean, Gideon Vamos, he's very, very far away from the ring. Even Todak looking to get back into full fighting force. But it's going to be tough, right? This entire eastern side is completely cut off as the next ring has shown itself on the map heading towards the southern side of Command Post.
Buriram, 2 eliminations in hand, but up against Visaka Sriwijaya. Now this is danger zone for Visaka. It's a fair fight up against Buriram. Not many teams get to survive this one. Wasana, look at that. Rebel rushing straight away out of danger zone. But this might just be a bait for Visaka. Don't take it, Visaka.
They're trying to control this compound, but again, very small compounds in this export. You're getting kills on towards Vamos, and now we see the engagement of Saka getting confident, and they want to take it all the way through.
Wow!
Oh my god. Joel finds 1. Wow! Gets the cruise as well, and now the rest of the team is collapsing. Wasana, the only one left. He's got movements, but how long can he hold? Charge Buster, charge! Too late! VESJ eliminates BRU in a fair fight. What the shots, the charge busters.
Visaka Sriwijaya representing Indonesia as the underdogs of the day, but they are capping the big dogs Buriram themselves. Holy mama!
Oh, the punish. The punish was just too good.
Chat, I am just gonna throw this question out there, chat. Alright? Is this because of the addition of the cruise? Y'all just got to think of that in your heads. Don't tell me the answer in the chat just yet. Just think in your hearts whether or not that is the case, and whether or not we need Get High back in here.
Oh, I don't know. The cruise wasn't the first one to fall down in that engagement. Some food for thought as Todak now trying to look for a spot in the ring as the northern side. Again, Visaka Sriwijaya can hold them back, but even Team Flash is here to make it even harder. And you can see the Riptide Rhythm coming through. Traps and Inoki need to make sure they get some space. Demon finds Joel, though. Team Flash still trying to be gatekeepers, now having to deal with the full engagement so far. Healing UAV to keep them alive as they continue to fight in the blue. Rebel Rush coming through ABCD. Did he over-rotate here? As we see that Todak, unfortunately, as they're getting blasted, the snipers from every other team engagement are just landing headshots.
Amen. But of course, I mean, I may tease Buriram, I may tease the cruise, but it's just a matter of time before the 2-time world champs bounce right back in here and shrug all of the damage off, right? One day of poor performance means absolutely nothing if you're a titan like Buriram.
Headshots being landed by Huang so far. X4 finding the demon. I mean, this is gonna be jumping right into the possession of a BTR who guns him out of the sky. Huang's like, no, I don't want to take it, please stop. Resolve, even realizing the mistake, and it's too late. BTR all the way from Santa, making sure that they are getting points. GOW eliminated. Oh no, VESJ falling into the hands of BTR as well as Team Flash get eliminated too. BTR have been just an absolute menace.
All right, chat. Now here comes the quiz time once again. You all ready for this pop quiz? In the chat, I want to see. You need to give me one of 2 answers. Get High or The Cruise. Go.
Now we come back into the action. So far, it has died down just a little bit. I think even BTR realized, okay, the blue is starting to close, and we don't want to lose our positions just yet. We've already neutered VESJ. Obe is down. There's no way to pick him back up. However, CRM, as always, finding the center of this ring. This might put BTR in some awkward spots.
Absolutely, man. Bigatron Delta chasing after Core Memory. Saka Srivijaya from the back. Bigatron, high and dry, the circle. They're playing this way too cheekily. But the maneuvering is absolutely fine coming through from Bigatron Delta, just hugging those walls. And the long shots will find a couple of players from the side of Onyx Olympus. In the meantime, Todak biting the dust.
Oh my goodness. And even ESJ as well following suit. It looks like CRM as well as BTR are eating good today. They've been picking off teams making that initial rotation. With the final ring about already showing itself, BTR are making some quick moves to get into it first before CRM, but CRM is holding the southern side still in contact. Riptide Rhythm into the compound where Onyx Olympus are trying to hunker.
Oh, absolutely. And now, look at this. The congregation of Indonesian players. Calm Memory sitting down between all of them. Two squads from Indonesia, Bigatron Delta and Onyx Olympus. Onyx Olympus struggling on day one of their performance. Oh, what a grenade in. Calm Memory. Jump. Deals very well with that using his glue wall.
Oh yeah, Koja is holding a power position right now. CRM need to make a decision. It's either they try and push him off if he overextends. If not, they got to deal with Onyx. Whoever moves first is going to get shot at. And oh, wait, hold on. We got a lurker here. We got a last remaining member of Vamos hiding around.
I mean, the man is playing a game of good hide and seek. If he can earn a couple of extra placement points, Malaysia will be really pleased. WAG making the exit finally, leaving 4 more teams left in here. Vamos, Bigatron, Onyx Olympus, and Core Memory. But Vamos. Look, hey, why aren't we even showing Vamos on the top 4, man?
Hey, don't worry. They're like, okay, the graphics are up, I'm out of here. But now Onyx are taking so much punishment from everybody else. And as they've already are down a member, oh no, they weren't able to get Tyro back up in time. Onyx Olympus, they're going back to their playstyle, right? They're letting this rotation go through. They're slowing down. They're trying to defend. Did he just cut off his team member there? Wings by himself. Planted down as BTR trying to loop around.
I mean, I don't know what's up here, but nobody is giving Jun the benefit of a doubt that Vamos might be able to do something here. They haven't even put Vamos on the potential win rate list, and Jun is still staying alive as all of this chaos is breaking down. Malaysia is being represented by just one player out there from Vamos. This is insanity as Bigatron Delta. This is just chaos. They're just randomly shooting at everything.
Yeah, they're randomly trying to get something in here, at least trying to bleed out the resources from CRM, who are currently one of the few squads at full fighting force, and that's what BTR is a little nervous about, right? Now, they're playing verticality. Oh, dude, Ridge as a final zone is so scary.
Vamos still alive, but he was spotted out by a player on the side of Bigatron Delta. The snipe just couldn't find his head, and the man's holding on to a P90. It's not even an in-meta gun, but the SMG will be able to get him at least one player knock. So if he survives in a I don't know, random 1v1, Vamos could walk away with the booyah, but now being pressured by the blue Kyong. Dirty.
Dirty plays. Now the last 2 squads of CRM quickly swing on. Now Kyong ends up going down as Poon is able to find him. However, the snipes need to come through from Feist. If you can find a pick, that'd be great. But Koja finds 2 with a single frag. Big Spoon trying his best, is going into that fight, but this is it. BTR have found it as they drop the chrono. They finish off this fight. A quadra, a penta, and that is going to be the booyah for BTR.
Bigatron Delta with the booyah, and that solid nade went Bada Damaka in there. Fantastically played by the players from Indonesia. Bigatron Delta, that was a hustle if we've ever seen one. But once again, highlights to Vamos, highlights to Jun for the survival gameplay. Long enough to find his team some good, solid extra placement points.
I mean, that's all that they've been looking for here. And they want to get as many points as possible. I'm curious to see how much damage Kyong was able to get, because he was just using this one angle to farm up. Single 21, another 15, another 16, 13, and they continued to do so for a while.
Absolutely. Of course, we do want to acknowledge the fans from Africa as well. Obviously, we want to see more plays from the South African teams one day on that world stage. So my simple question to South Africa is, when are you going to bring the fire out here in the world of Free Fire? The whole world awaits you.
And we're waiting for those survivors from the rest of the world to come on in. But let's give it up for Bigatron Esports. Bigatron Delta has done a good job securing this booyah for themselves. They struggled in the past two maps, either dying a little too early out in the round. But this time, they took their time, they played it slow, and then when finally they see the opportunity, they lit up the gas.
What a day, what a game. And Bigatron Delta can still be considered an underdog because they were not really in the higher echelons of the overall leaderboard, right? They were still struggling to find their break into the top 12. And after this second booyah that they've managed to pick up for themselves, they do manage to find themselves in a good enough position. But it's just week number one. Obviously, they want to put themselves in a good spot, but overall maintain that spot as we go through these 6 long weeks.
Hey man, well, that's just Indonesian teams, right? We've seen some of the higher heights, we've seen some of the lower lows, but it's difficult to find that middle ground of consistency while still getting booyahs. Regardless, I'm happy that at least one of my predictions are going to be having an interview. We're going to be jumping on over to that. It's BTR.
Alright, thank you casters, survivors. I'm here with Kyung from Bigatron who just got their booyah! Congratulations, Kyung. I know it must be very difficult for you to stand here with me and give a smiley face because you just want to get back to the game as soon as possible. But I'm here to actually chit-chat for you for a little bit. Can you tell me what exactly was going through your mind when you see that you're going to get the booyah? Bisa nggak kasih tahu ke aku apa yang ada di pikiran kamu pada saat kamu ngelihat, wah ini nih kansnya Bigatron untuk dapetin booyah hari ini, udah bener-bener ada nih kesempatannya, bisa. Apa yang terlintas di otak kamu?
Dari kita sih, dari 3 match yang berlalu tadi sih, kayak benar-benar kayak ya ini saatnya kayak kita nggak bakal mau kayak gini-gini lagi. Jadi makanya kita ya harus bangkit lah gitu.
Kayak udah hampir gitu ya. So for you it was like an almost moment for the first, second, and third game, and finally this is the booyah that you guys have been waiting for. Kalau bicara tim, ada nggak sih sebenarnya tim yang secara spesifik tuh pengen banget gitu kamu kalahin, khususnya di game yang tadi baru aja berakhir?
Ya khususnya yang tabrakan drop zone sama kita lah, itu yang pengen kita kalahin.
So the main target and the main strategy for Bigatron right now is to actually win the drop zone and beat whoever gets to the same drop zone. That's the main strategy that they're going, and it seems like it's working since they're getting their first booyah today. Ada pesan-pesan yang mau disampaikan sama tim lain yang udah berhasil kalian kalahin? Is there anything you'd like to say to the other teams that you guys have just beaten?
Gak ada sih, lihat aja 2 match ini yang akan kita mulai lagi.
So watch out for the other 2 games because Bigatron is not done yet. They're still aiming for another booyah and they're going 100% for it. Baiklah, terima kasih sekali lagi Kyung. Thank you so much. Congratulations, good luck on the rest 2 games. And I think it's time for us to go back to the casters. So casters, take it away.
Woo! That's what we want to hear. Again, a high risk, high reward strategy. Drop, win that fight, and then maybe we get a booyah later down the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we want to see out of the underdogs. This is what we want to see out of Indonesia. This is what we want to see out of Vietnam. And today has just been a day of Vietnam as well as Indonesia making their regions really, really proud. Malaysia getting a highlight reel there as well through Jun out of squad Vamos. And obviously, if they continue this sort of a pacing up, everybody out there is going to get really, really excited, right? Because these underdogs are so fiery, they are even capping the 2-time solid world champs in the one and only Buriram United Esports.
Oh man, I mean, they're gonna force them to adapt, they're gonna force them to get better, but that's what we want to see. We want to keep this league as competitive as possible, and if there isn't enough competition, there isn't enough friction between these teams.
I mean, I'm still in disbelief as to how everything is breaking down. And Koja once again with that super blast on the grenade, hitting that double in a very crucial fight up against Core Memory. Obviously, that's exactly what you want if you are in such a tussle. Kyong, the MVP, 5 eliminations, 2,697 damage, very concise, 3 headshots all together. And obviously, running that Kairos, he has got the capability to recover quickly. He's got the Rebel Rush to get in and out of these battles quick as well. I mean, he was doing so much for the side of Bigatron Delta.
I mean, let's not forget about Nikita as well, the firearms expert. Again, it just fits Kyong's style. He loves just like sneaking in those shots and be like, oh, try to heal through it. Just try. I'm just going to keep on doing it and applying the debuff to you every single time, especially since that he is eventually going to rush through with Diggs. But overall, really well played from this squad when they know they can get active on the map and when they have a power position to hurt teams, they go straight for the elbow. They're trying to break joints rather than just bones.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Coda being dragged in here by Koja, and he uses the Kairos as well. Very interestingly, the Team Bigatron Delta just going out for the tankiness, for the capability to recover in some of these high-octane action on the battlefield. And look at the eliminations. They really are a testament to how much of work these boys have been putting in, right? A total of 16, and the assist, this was just all out. Great teamwork from the side of Bigatron.
It was huge, and honestly, it suits the playstyle that we saw. If they want to go for the elbows, they play from long range, but when you get a little too close, they have an all-in mechanic. The best defense is an offense, and that's where they, again, are abusing so many teams when they get close. But in terms of key players, you got to give it up for this sniper. Xbor was finding, again, snipers on this map has been popping off. I saw so many sniper shots connect, so many headshots to make it worth it.
And Xbor getting a double highlight for himself as far as the eliminations and knockdowns come through, which means WAG should have been able to climb up the leaderboard quite a little bit through this game. It's good to see. I'm curious to see how many eliminations in total. 14, too shy of Bigatron Delta, but that's still a massive, massive aggressive game coming through for the Vietnamese squad. Onyx Olympus and West J, Vasaka Srivijaya. Once again, these two teams are underdogs. These two teams were literally at the bottom of the barrel when we started this day. And I went out on a wild prediction thinking that Vasaka Srivijaya was going to end up the day in that #1 spot for the overall performance. We are 2 games away from that happening, and they are right now on that #1 spot for today's standings. How insane is that? Indonesia represented by Vasaka Srivijaya.
My goodness. I mean, Goop.com's got to sponsor you, man. You're manifesting this energy. All of the universe seems to be flowing through you right now. And Vasaka sitting right on top. 74 points in 4 maps already is a huge accomplishment for them. And the potential of this team keeps on rising. For everybody else, they're going to need to put in a little bit of work. Even for CRM, they went fishing, but they just couldn't catch as many points as BTR.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Buriram United slowly but surely is catching up to Falcons. They're not too far away from them, but obviously they need 2 solid games in order to bridge this gap between themselves, not just up against Falcons, but RRQ as well. I believe they need about 27 points to get the job done. If they hit 28, they are in the #1 spot by the end of the day. Buriram's not really aiming for a lot. 27 out of 2 games should be easy, but these underdogs have been keeping them smashed up against the wall.
They really have. They're catching up at an alarming rate, but that's amongst each other. Against some of the other teams who are, again, still big 50-point leagues, 50 to 60-point leagues, sitting right at that top. It's going to be a little tougher here. We're going to need to see some extremely hot games from the middle of the pack if they want to catch up.
I mean, these people are now, I mean, they've seen the magic of Mustachio with the predictions. They see Vasaka Srivijaya up there. Now they want me to manifest the South African teams, MEA teams on the world stage. Guys. Let's not be throwing out energy that much just yet. But I'll think about it, all right? We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the action here continues.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool, $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance.
Southeast Asia continues to bring in the action this spring season of Free Fire World Series 2025, and we're down to the very last 2 maps. We got AJ and his me getting queued, taking care of you guys for these last 2 maps, and so far things have been really sparking up, and I just feel maybe it's not the universe, maybe it's Red Bull refreshing and energizing our boys down in the lower sectors of these games, and that's why they're popping off so hard.
Amen, brother. This is exactly what I told the team struggling yesterday. They got to crack open a can of Red Bull. They got to go at it and hop on into the game. You need the presence of mind. You need to be focused. You need to be alert. And usually these energy drinks, they get it done. But Red Bull, I really don't know what it is. But they get it done in a very, very unique way. I'm absolutely in love. I'm surprised because I've always been an addict of the gold can. You know, the OG Red Bull gold can. I've never been a big fan of these sparkling flavors and whatnot, but I'm pleasantly surprised. And this is 0 sugar, so my wife's not going to complain.
Hey man, you're really living out the hashtag get a taste for more for sure. And not to mention, they also have like some pretty interesting flavors, like seasonal flavors in other countries as well, which you got to try. I tried some in Japan and I'm impressed. I wish we had more.
Amen. But of course, let's take a look at the game schedule once again. A day where Thailand has not secured a single booyah. We've got 2 Thai teams playing, Core Memory as well as Buriram United Esports. If Core Memory is not expected to pick one up, Buriram is definitely expected to pick one up, but it just has not happened. It has just been a day of the underdogs. It's just been a day of teams proving themselves out there, and I could not ask for a better way to enjoy the final day of week 1. This is exactly what we needed, and for just an extra layer of added information, Visaka Srivijaya on their first day of performance pulled away a total of 33 points in 6 games. Today, 4 games right after, or 4 games have already elapsed and they are at 74 points. How insane is that?
That's 110% improvement from day 1 coming in to day number 3. As we head on to Alpine, we're hoping that they can, maintain that performance, because so far it's been looking really, really good. Maybe not on the previous map, only because we were expecting them to make it to that top 3, but RRQ, Falcons, as well as Heavy so far have the best stats, and I think because of how today has played out, I don't think we're going to be able to kind of shake these stats from these high-performing teams in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a dispute or a debate going on in the YouTube chat, wondering if or not Funa is banned. Now, I don't know about that, but if you ask me, Funa was never really the core player of Buriram, right? I mean, when he was back with Buriram back at FFSI, I was not a fan of Funa at all, because it was most of the time just very aggressive rushes coming through. Funa is a great player. He gets all of the points when it comes to the eliminations, but he always used to put Buriram in sticky situations, and the team used to get wiped out way too quick, right? And those were the days where Wasana, on the opposite side of Buriram's battlefield, used to be shooting down at them, punishing Funa for those mistakes. So I'm not really missing him all that too much, but I do want to see more out of the crews, though. I think today has been a very soft approach, but 2 more games, and I'm sure if anybody can do it, this is Buriram, right? They should be able to turn their fate around with just 2 games.
I personally believe that they're trying something out here. They're like, okay, we've given enough points to ourselves in the past couple of days. We can actually take a break here and start experimenting with some of the newer things the patch has to offer. The fact that we did see Wasana with a charge buster of all things running into the middle of these fights, not exactly very normal for this guy.
I mean, he's great on the Charge Buster. It's just not an in-meta shotgun at this point of time. Everybody obviously looking for that M590. But, sometimes when you just don't find the weapon of choice, you got to use whatever that's available out there, because you still, at the end of the day, need to fire a couple of bullets to remain yourself standing on the battlefield. He just had to do what he needed to do. But yeah, it's been a rough day for Buriram. But I like that. I like the big teams struggle once in a while, so that these underdogs can not just catch up, but really build up their confidence for themselves. And at least Buriram will have a good run for their money, right? At least they'll feel like they are playing on the world stage right here on that Southeast Asian stage. It's good practice before they go up against the Brazilian squads to find a way to dominate them this time.
I mean, the Brazilians, again, strong team play overall, really great at finding those final few zones, similar to how RRQ, if we're looking for a close representation of game style. But I think now, with the changes, it really benefits them, and I think that this is going to be quite the contention. They might be able to hold it on unless we see improvement from the Southeast Asian teams as a whole, as a community, like those of you watching on the YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we want to see the continuous climb for Visaka Srivijaya after an abysmal performance on their first day of play. They've just made this phenomenal comeback out of nowhere. And when I put them on my #1 spot for the predictions, right, I was a little hopeful. I did expect them to improve, but I can swear I just meant to motivate Visaka Srivijaya. I did not expect them to be performing at this level. The consistency is mind-blowing. The top 3 rate is crazy. They've got about a 90% top 3 rate at this point of time, which is phenomenal for a team that managed to only pull away 33 through 6 games, right? So I don't know what they did in terms of adjustments to bring this version out of themselves, but I'm loving this, Gideon.
No, I'm loving it too, right? I gave a pretty standard run overall, with my only hot tech being BTR. Luckily, they were able to get a booyah today. But
yeah.
I think, considering what we've seen after these past 4 maps, whoever we were expecting to try and contest the Group B spots in terms of just raw standings have definitely been dragged down, and the stats have definitely strayed away from them.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And obviously, mistakes are meant to be made out there on the battlefield, and they are meant to be made now instead of later, because now it's still in the infancy of the tournament where you can make those mistakes and find that recovery. You cannot be making these mistakes on Phase 2. Phase 2 is where you find the qualifiers into that final day. And obviously, if you can try to brush out some of these tactics, some of these extra maneuvers that you're trying out there, maybe you've got a different lineup of active passive skills that you want to experiment with, now is the time. Because if you can find out what works, perhaps that domination coming through a little bit later on might not be that bad.
Or it could just be falling back to the fundamentals of the game, you know? Sometimes people start overthinking scenarios. People start thinking that, like, ah, man, they lose that confidence when they aren't just following the simple step-by-steps to angle out their opponents to eventually find these pinches, to create man advantages. But looking at the faces of BRU, oh wait, did they go for the substitute already? I do see Get High there.
Well, it looks like I got the point right in terms of the efficacy of the cruise. Maybe it just wasn't working out today. Not that he is totally off form. Maybe just today is not his day. And clearly Buriram agree that they need to fix something out there on the battlefield. They bring Get High in. So this is where we get to see the theory of whether or not it was the cruise kind of dragging the performance of Buriram down. Because if we suddenly see Buriram come bursting out of the gate, maybe even securing a top 3, I'm not even looking for a booyah, even top 3, then we might be able to say Get High is just the better fit for the squad as of this point of time.
I think we can even put it under a microscope, right? We got to see whether or not it's something that is in the game. Is it the communications, or is it something that he's bringing outside of the game? The call, the shot calls, the information, or maybe it could just be raw micro mechanics to make this team work like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what we're looking for from all of these squads. You know, just go in there, get the grind in, and you need to perfect your place. You need to perfect your strategy to find some way to dominate out there. And that's the exact advice that I've got for teams from MEA, teams from South Africa. Go in there and continuously hustle, because one day finding that spot on that world stage might not really be something that's impossible. Obviously, there is a possibility of that slot. And for them to come through, perform well, and step it up maybe in person, because we do understand that sometimes maybe the ping might not be very favorable to some of the South African teams, but maybe in person it is going to be a very, very different sort of a scenario.
I think that especially now we're heading into our final map before the RNG. Alpine is one of those few maps that BRU has performed pretty well on, just consistently overall. And I think that now that they have their original squad, and I would also make an argument for WAG as well, right? Even throughout last year, they've definitely showed us what it's like to kind of play that slow periodic game, really taking advantage of what Export brings to the table, and then collapse down in these bigger sort of team fights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you know, at the end of the day, when things do collapse, it's all about how do you maintain your composure out there, right? We saw Vamos. Vamos had pretty much been crushed by the time they got to that final circle, but Jun maintained his composure, made sure he did not make any extra unnecessary mistakes, survived long enough to get his team extra 3 placement points. And now that's huge for a team that's struggling at the bottom.
Now, we're going to look at the top 3 most used character active skills so far, and it's going to be the Tatsuya, Cassie, and Skylar. Not too surprised with the Cassie as well as Skylar, but I really was hoping to see a lot more Oscar, but Tatsuya's still more popular in these cases because, unfortunately for Oscar, bulldozing through, especially when you're in an open field and there's 2 lines of blue walls, you kind of put yourself in a crossfire naturally compared to Tatsuya, who again wants to kind of outmaneuver your opponents rather than going through them.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, this is exactly what teams will be looking to do. And it's one of the things that WAG has been able to do pretty well in the past, maneuvering through their obstacles, maneuvering through teams, because they are one of the more aggressive teams. I would put them somewhere in slightly above the 50% mark when it comes to capability of being aggressive and pulling away these elimination points. Where WAG really needs to find some sort of improvement is finding that final circle. They have been suffering when it comes to these placement points in terms of being picked up. If they can fix that, I think WAG doesn't even need to break the sweat. They will be in there for the final battle.
Now we look at the top 3 most used character passive skills, and I mean, of course, everybody is going to be happy with the Joseph in their build. I think that goes without saying. It's just overall so good to have. Oh, slow me down? Ah, don't worry about it. Try to immobilize me? Ah, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously with that silver spoon, Joseph can negate quite a number of these effects that can slow you down out there or can put you in an unfortunate situation where you can't respond as needed in a heated gunfight, right? But obviously, with those players bringing in that the silver spoon out of Joseph, there are a lot of active and passive skills now that can be timed perfectly to make sure Joseph is not even really a deterrent in terms of stopping their aggression.
But it forces you. It just forces you to execute perfectly. Now let's look at the top 3 most used pets with Arvon, Bistar, and as well as Dreki. No surprises here. I think this hasn't changed too much overall in the past couple of seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Spidey says he had high expectations about Oscar, but after using it, he was a little disappointed. Dude, Spidey, I'm in the same boat as you, bro. I expected Oscar to be this new character that would be game-changing, but I think that's how, introductions of new characters, new guns are always in the world of Free Fire, right? The adjustments need to come through a patch update a little bit later on. Obviously, if Oscar's not making game-changing adjustments out there, or he's not entering the meta play just yet, it's not something that's impossible. That it's not something that can never happen, right? One minor adjustment and he's probably going to be super meta pick in the future.
I mean, I really thought for a lot of teams, inclusive of BRU, if they want to get like super hot and go back to that Southeast Asian aggressive playstyle of having those 2 rushers kind of jump at everybody, having a Tatsuya as well as an Oscar, the double dashing one to bulldoze through the other to find the pinch, the angles on them, could have been the play. But I think with the popularity of Cassie style compositions, you still need somebody who plays that support, a sniper, and as well as a dedicated person to say, hey, I need to look around the map and make sure I get information for my team.
Absolutely, and obviously there is a potential here that Buriram makes a huge comeback after that roster swap, after the roster shakeup, taking out the Cruise, throwing back in the player who very much has gelled in as far as that chemistry is concerned with the rest of the Buriram players. Currently sitting on the 3rd rank through eliminations, an average of 8 overall. This is something that I'm looking for more. But player stats, we just want to give a quick highlight to the impact the Cruise brought into the day. Basically, not much.
So far, not much, and I think there is going to be a bit of an adjustment period if the Cruise is going to be performing at his peak. He had a couple of moments that he was looking to clutch out and unfortunately denied by outside factors, but besides that, it does beg the question whether or not BRU are depending on these calls overall, rather than just letting, people like Joanna, for an example, be the dedicated shot caller. You still need that secondary person to find opportunities.
Yeah, but I just think production is just being savage with this highlight, right? Like, you want to know why the Cruise was replaced? Because he's ranked 76 on eliminations, 76 on the damage, 72 on the headshot, and Buriram said no.
That's not good enough. Not for our standards here. We didn't get 2 world championships for nothing here. We got to make sure that we're still on at top, and I think it's fair. It's still very early on in the league, and there will be more time for the Cruise to develop as well as grow. But for now, catching up in points is going to be pretty important. Like 4 games, and not one of them getting into like significant double digits as well. Yeah, it does hurt.
I really agree with Demon. You know Buriram, but I know EVOS Phoenix. Oh, those were the legendary days. I mean, obviously, those were the legendary days where the Cruise was actually on fire, right? I mean, he's been out of action for a long time, but I'm not writing off the Cruise just yet. Everybody takes a little bit of time to warm up, and this man has been out for about 3 years from super serious gameplay, right? It's gonna take him a while to wind up, but he is world-class worthy in terms of where he is overall as a player. But as far as a head-to-head between Deanne and Koja is going, as anticipated, as predicted, today is the day Indonesia will finally be able to counter Vietnam and not lose in this 1v1 challenge.
Look, if we're talking about like the team head-to-heads as well, GOW after looking at their games, it looked like they were building up that momentum here. And at the start of today's maps, they were looking to carry that momentum. However, BTR, again, sticking to their play style, high risk, high reward style, didn't work out for 2 maps, but the other 2 maps they scored a mediocre amount of points and a booyah after. So let's give it until the end of the day, and I want to see whether Deanne actually does catch up.
Yeah, since we've got some extra time in here, can I know, do we have any South Indians in the YouTube chat? Ningala irkingla, show up. We've thrown a lot of Hindi for the North Indians. We want to throw some Tamil out there for the South Indians as well, baby.
Hey man, gotta show love everywhere, man. The world needs more love now more than ever. As well as these teams. I mean, man, you can see, right? Once the break gets long enough, you can tell the players who need that love and other players who are like, don't worry, I got love to give.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Indians have got a lot of love to give. Look at this. It's Southeast Asian in terms of competition, but it's all out Indian flag waving in the chat alongside some Brazilians as well. They're coming here to check out the competition. And the competition on this next map is not just on the side of RRQ and Falcons, but because guess what? They're not even playing in here today. Even Heavy is in Group B. So all three of these teams will not be making much of a difference. But in terms of the pressure, where we can see a couple of those teams bring in something out there at Alpine, we can expect teams like Buriram to get the job done. Once again, 33 points claimed by Buriram. They only have around 30 points claimed from the day. This is Buriram's map. If there is going to be a comeback map for Buriram, this is where it's going to happen.
I mean, let's see whether or not it's going to be a hot game, because I think that catching up in a single round map, it's not going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be easy to catch up. It's tough, especially with 64 points already achieved by RRQ. It feels like Group B has figured out something that everybody else is trying to do some detective work and pick apart.
I mean, yeah, most definitely, right? That's exactly what everybody does all the time. The chat is very good at picking teams apart. They love to assess teams, right? They are very passionate survivors out here in the world of Free Fire. They know a good game of Free Fire when they see one, and when they see sloppy plays, they like to call that out, and I respect that. And they obviously are here to support all of the teams that they love and have been supporting for a long, long time. What's impressive is the support that Buriram gets. It's not just a local Thai support, right? It is just a global support from around the world. You can see the fan base just flooding on in, waiting for Buriram to wake up today.
I mean, you don't win 2 world championships without telling the rest of the world, hey, you want to join the fam now or later?
5 for kills. With the dosa, idli, sambar, chutney. I don't get me started, okay? I've not had my chutney in a long time. You know that coconut chutney with nice, you know, wheat dosa, you know, the soft dosa, you dip it, eat it, bro. Nothing can beat a good South Indian dosa with some fantastic coconut chutney, man. I'm getting hungry. I've been fasting the whole day, not by intention. I've just been really busy, Gideon. So there's all this food talk. Don't talk about food in the chat, okay, chat?
Stay away. Keep it. Hey, man, he's got 2 more maps to go through. You can talk about it once we're done with those 2 maps. In the meantime, hopefully, man, you got me thinking about that food now. All right. Let's keep it fresh. Let's keep it fresh for the time being, because I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy that a majority of the references you've been throwing, I've been able to understand, or at the very least catch it. At least better than Husky. A lot of it, thank you to the boarding school in Hebron. All the boys out in Uti there, you know, shout outs to you.
Amen, brother. I mean, you've been in Uti as well. That's fantastic. I love the weather there. I mean, the cool breeze in the morning. Uti was the only place where I had to wear a sweater, okay? I've always loved the cold weather, but I cannot stand the Uti weather. My goodness, it had me shivering, and I was carrying the heater all around with me in the hotel room, okay? Uti cool is another level of cold, but of course, you gotta love every single thing out there, especially how these players are going to be dominating shortly, because finally, ladies and gentlemen, survivors of all ages, we've got a game on our hands.
Right, we've fixed the problems. We've already added the Red Bull to the modems to make sure the internet is faster and cool and refreshed as we head on over to the cold heights. It's going to be a tough one here, as Alpine is our next map. Here is our flight path.
Oh, this is a horrible flight path, actually.
Ooh, I was trying to figure it out. I was like, wait, are we on the northern side?
Here is a flight path that is not friendly to many of these teams. My goodness, it's gonna be chaos out there shortly. It is a preview. If you guys have have never watched this movie where everybody's just popping each other's heads off. It's called Sholay, okay? It's a legendary Amitabh Bachchan movie. You all got to check it out. We're going to have our own free fire version of Sholay shortly with all of these hot drops.
All right, speaking of which, who is going to contest Snowfall? That's what I'm interested in seeing because that's the go-to spot for BRU. GOW now in some hot water as they're up against VESJ. It looks like both sides did. Oh, never mind. They've already found a single knock. Dion might be in some trouble quickly. He's brought back up. Demon is able to get back up with the help of the electrotherapy as well. Dion holds that on line as Ton needs to make sure that the racks are clear. Obi finds one, but Ton and as well as Yanbin take 2 out, and Obi refragging onto Ton. Both sides have taken damage, but it looks like VESJ Obi has done more than God's word. Yanbin finds the points to secure, as now GOW with 2 eliminations needs to win this out, and they wipe out VESJ.
What goes up must come down. This time it was just the Indonesian team of Visaka Sriwijaya. After a phenomenal start, they finally, for the first time in the day, dropped the ball early, being the first team to see the exit. But I really don't care. Like I said, the first time they showed up here, they only pulled away about 30 points in the whole six games within the day. To reach 74 within 4 matches, they sure as hell have bought themselves an insurance ticket. This game can be written off, but that final game on that randomizer is where Visaka Sriwijaya needs to find that booyah some way or get into that final circle to maintain that #1 spot.
It's about being a contender, right? That's all we were hoping for. However, wherever VESJ has been dropping, Expand is not too far, and it looks like Vault was trying to scout out early on to see what exactly is the scenario. He's going to be caught out at the end, and I'm pretty sure his teammates are more than happy to bring him back up, but it looks like Vault isn't the only one within the vicinity. Looks like Afiq might just try and bait the end into a fight, and it looks like it worked out perfectly. They take down one, trying to secure that point. GOW is not going to let them. However, trades are still going to be trades. Riptide Rhythm is out, and Dien, he is going to be given that point. Afiq, great bait coming down from Expand.
Yeah, great plays overall from GOW. Multiple times now, their players have been sprayed down to the ground, but it is all about that teamwork. It's all about that recovery. They always focus on the pickup before focusing on the aggressive points pickup through eliminations, and this has been a testament to their survivability on this battlefield. But the question is, can they now withstand Expand, because they haven't really fully recovered through that scuffle with Visaka earlier.
Yeah, Ton is actually pretty far away. I'm not sure if the electrotherapy can reach from that far. It looks like GOW on the back foot. At least their revive is already down, and they're moving away just in case this fight does not go in their favor. Todak get eliminated, unfortunately, as it looks like there is combat happening across the map between Vamos and as well as WAG, CRM as well as EVOS Divine. But back to base camp here. They're playing it very slow.
They have to take it slow and steady. Dian once again drop. Oh, this time the first expiry on the side of GOW. Oh, sorry, second one. Tan actually got revived earlier on as well. Apologies. Yan been bringing Dian right back in here as WAG finds that recovery as well right after getting into a scuffle with Team Vamos. Riptide Rhythm breaking down Demon's defenses. Forced to get off that roof by Expand.
Oh boy, I mean, interesting. So Dian tries, but now they're going into that full fight, right? With the Riptide written down. Oh, Demon's so low, but manages to survive. And Yan been able to find the trade almost immediately after. Vaults is down. Yan been already with the pentakill in hand. Afiq is going to bring back Vaults. Again, Riptide Rhythm is coming through, and now GOW with the mana advantage start to walk on in. Wicked sick achieved. GOW's Yanbin currently, he's done. He is tired of not coming away with enough points, and he will chase down every single one of them.
Yeah, question is, does Afiq have enough points to buy back his team members? Had enough in terms of the glue wall in his pocket. But 2 players on for the pursuit. I can see a little bit of a pause here from the Expand player. But it is all over. Afiq down on the ground. If it's not a Horizon line, he might have been able to bring the revive in. So Expand continues to survive.
Yeah, they continue to survive. Based on the information that we
There
got
you
from
go.
base camp. Ah, nice. They're still in it to win it. Based on the information that we got from base camp, at least least we know that Onyx Olympus was somewhere northeast of their position. But now, this is what we were waiting for. Somebody was going to contest Snowfall eventually, because BRU like to sit in here for the long haul. It's EVOS Divine who's taking that punishment.
Oh, absolutely. Thank God. Straight down to the floor. One more for Buriram. Jonah misses the first shot, but the follow-up is solid with that M590. 2 for 2 now for Buriram up against EVOS as they go on out for the hunt. They're going to find no more as Rasia is far away, far enough to bring those revivals back and keep EVOS Divine in play.
Yep, it's cash money here for Snowfall in the meantime, and we cut to WAG looking to try and find the stragglers, and they find 2. One from Vault, and they want one on the DN as well. Not sure if he was able to hold the WAG in time, but it looks like DN is in a lot of trouble as WAG swarm him to the ground. Luckily, GOW was able to get the revives.
Multiple players kind of playing the pressure through the glue wall, and X-Ball finding a flank out in the open to shut down the GOW player. Great stuff from GOW overall. WAG ramping up a little bit as well. We still see some bit of support here for Expand in the chat. Delena is going all out, hoping and praying Malaysia survives this one. She says surviving is enough, but Gaffarol knows the gist of what is needed. He said the eliminations matter too, and I definitely agree with him. Expand needs to find more points.
Yep, Kuchil able to bring back one of his teammates in that time, because unfortunately for Raja, he's going to be going down pretty quick. Can't do nothing about that. And again, this early game has been brutal, but if we're looking at the ranking points right now, GOW, they're like, we ain't losing this. We are not wearing skirts, I swear to God.
And GOW says, no, Bigatron Delta, I don't know if or not they're going to be able to beat them after this, because GOW is on fire right now. All right, they have heated up. We just saw them exit 2 back-to-back full-on squad engagements, and they are ready for more. So Bigatron, I don't know what you do, but you got to rip away the booyah somehow or rather here.
Oh man, EVOS has not been able to recover properly. And I mean, they've been out in the blue for a while. All their members split apart, haven't been able to regroup either. This has been a pretty rough game for them. And for some of the other squads as well, I think that now that Alpine's closing into the second ring, we should start to see full squad eliminations as BRU are just hunting down CRM. Unfortunately, facing the wrath. One down with the binoculars loose. They're just making sure they can spot out any stragglers, and now the canisters. Lena still holding the high ground with the help of the rest of the teams. Also with the ice grenades to try and pick them off. Finds one, but they get traded instantly afterwards. BRU need to regroup as Get High is the next to fall. And it looks like Moshi able to take one into Floki, and now they need to get back in here. Deny the revives as much as they can, but Vamos, they see everything that has been going on here. They see the Riptide rhythm, and they've been putting shots into CRM as well. And it looks like BRU get to walk away from free, while the rest of CRM get hunted down by the Vamos members.
Yeah, Buriram's not going to be too happy with that. They could have easily finished off the squad right in front of them, but unfortunately, Vamos just interfering in that battle, and they were forced to back away. Moshi, of course, finding the connections through the VSS multiple times, but overall, Buriram just not able to finish what they started because of this third-party interference. I'm sure they want a little bit of revenge right after they recover.
Let's see whether or not they do actually find that recovery, right? Because I'm pretty sure that Vamos isn't going to make it easy. BTR on top right side of the map. Towards railroad. Oh! Ray just raining down hell in a vehicle. Expand, unfortunately, still in the blue, but the same has been said about EVOs. I mean, both teams need a win right now. As the UAV gets dropped out, is going to reveal another position of the Expand members, but so far, Rasha, with his P90, has been doing God's work. Gets finally chunked down by Vaults. Good shots coming through from both sides.
I know it's monsoon season here in Malaysia, but I didn't expect it to be raining like this on Expand. Now they are split up on the battlefield, but thankfully they are in a good position up against EVOS. A simple flank can find them this point off of Ray, and Afik is looking to do exactly that with the vehicle. As he gets into position, Ray cooking up the nade. Oh, it blasts off a little bit too early, and it's a 2v1 with the electrotherapy. Waltz gets yet another for the squad. But look at this. One player from the side of EVOS Kochil on that revival platform. We are a few seconds away from a full squad recovery for Indonesia.
Oh yeah, and BTR, they've been chilling all day long. Kochil finally brings back his whole team. They're gonna be a little underlooted here as we're moving on from that third ring, and this is where it gets a little scary, right? Because now here by Garrison on the north side of the map, BTR have been stalking. They haven't been showing too much presence. They've got 4 eliminations in the bag, but they want the big fish at the very, very end. They've been looking towards Vamo's side continuously. They're expecting resistance from their side, but at the same time, I think they want them to get into full fighting force, knowing that they've been taking damage throughout the early to mid game.
Don't forget, survivors, if you are tuning in to YouTube on our Free Fire Esports official YouTube page, you can join the conversation through the chat box as well. And if you're already there, don't forget to hit that like as well. We're looking for 2,000 likes by the time we end this broadcast. I mean, not too far away from that. Currently sitting at 1.5k. We're not doing too bad, but we still need a few more. So if you really don't mind, please join the conversation, but of course hit that like as well. Just like how Buriram has been hitting those likes on eliminations. And just as soon as Get High gets back in here, it's such a different version of Buriram we get out there.
It really is. It really is. They're going back to the textbook, right? Traditional BRU is now... Once the full closure of that blue happens, I'm curious to see where this next ring is going to go. BRU is hoping that it's going to be towards their side of the map, because then everybody will be right where they want them to be, right? Go for the elbow, like I say. For now, it's just going to be quiet.
Quiet indeed. And we can almost sit down and start meditating here, Gideon.
Almost, but now the action begins. Hold the meditation for just a moment. Kyong, quickly, he's been waiting for the opportunity to fight, and now he gets it. And they're in very close quarters. A lot of utility as well as glue wall melters have been deployed at this point in time. With no nades left and just glue walls, they have to play honest as Koja, the first to fall. It looks like Flash is able. Huang has been nailing these shots. I gotta give it to him, but keeping Kyong alive. Dix, he knows that he's within line of sight. They have to regroup, and now unfortunately with a man down on that rotation, this is gonna hurt their odds.
Yeah, he pumped him up with that treatment gun, and also had the electrotherapy on full effect there. Buriram making their way into this circle. 9 teams, 31 players. We do not have enough real estate for this many players.
There really isn't. A lot of utility is actually being thrown out by both BRU as well as Onyx Olympus here. I think a lot of teams are going to be walking into these next couple of rings with not a lot of nades to kind of work with. They're going to have to rely on their active skills and... Expand Vaults finds Aim God. Now, Get High. He just sees toes.
Well, Luki making his way into the circle. One by one, the players on the side of Expand now. Making their rotations, but Moshi, come on! Give him a break!
Double headshot there, Moshi. He's taking as many points as he can. 7 eliminations so far as GOW are struggling to find a way into the ring, and Onyx Olympus seem to be the shield that BRU are hoping for. Keep them in there. Let us walk in for free. However, any further they go west, there is less and less natural structures to play around. So they're trying to hold them hostage, trying to take that space and Expand, finally getting eliminated.
I mean, they survived into the 14th minute mark, but there were just too many teams out there. And now Buriram, they cannot play this too cheeky. They have to be really careful, and the time turner saving the Onyx player. But Wasana back in for the follow-up, and Zairu loses his standing. Headshot puts him down. Onyx Olympus having the floor wiped with their faces.
A really good understanding of the landscape here from BRU's side. They dropped on that left, making sure that Onyx Olympus's Adam goes down. Oh, wait, 5MKS is able to steal that away. Onyx eliminated. GOW actually working together here with good nade from them against them. But now, GOW wanting to get involved, they want to get active here as WAG is just holding them hostage, won't let you rotate. We are just as strong as rocks. We will not be pushed off of this just yet, as they finally found the natural structure they're looking for. Cyrus ends up going down. Jonah finding a huge nade as well, and Kyong able to take out Demon in the meantime. That is GOW bowing out, and that just means that baby BTR don't have to wear a skirt.
Like I tell you guys all the time, it ain't no prediction, it is a spoiler. If there is a place where Buriram wants to make a comeback, Alpine is the name. And if they want that chemistry, they gotta get high all the way up to the top. What a play so far from the Thai squad. And is this gonna be the very first time we get to say Bunletrix for the day?
Now, blue wall melters towards BTR as well as WAG's side. And the Riptide Rhythm is out, but now you can see that the names are dropping fast. Krillin's finding it quick, and BTR, unfortunately, the receiver of punishment. WAG now in the way of every other team for that rotation as we see that final ring moving towards the backs of BRU.
Oh, Vamos! Still standing tall this time around, not just with Jun. They have Gade, they've got Zuez. This is a big opportunity for the Malaysian squad. But Moshi single-handedly drops 2 players. Get High gets involved as well. And Vamos just eaten up by the new and improved Buriram. What a place to make this comeback. Get High and the impact. Alpine at the advantage. And Buriram is on fire.
Oh, they are farming 14 eliminations so far, and it looks like the calls are very good. Team Flash now caught out in the open, and BRU now collapsing. Moshi ain't missing shots. I don't know what Get High is putting him on right now, but he is juicing it up, hyping it up even, as we see the full squad clash now begin. Team Flash, again, Flash has been very, very successful in these positions, but against BRU, it could be even harder. 59 to 41% win rate so far. The right flank collapses. They quickly pull back to the left flank, and with no more resources left, no glue walls to play with, it looks like ABCD might have to, luckily repositions. Riptide Rhythm puts Get High in an awkward spot, but he quickly rotates back to where the Chrono drops it to keep him alive. The Cassie's electrotherapy is making everybody's life difficult so far, but Flash have been playing an extremely defensive game. Get High now trying to spear right through him. Jonah finally takes one out in Zom. Trade back, but Get High finds 2 in depth, and Huang is down, and that's BRU. When they want it, they get it. That's a booyah for BRU.
Later Vandalon, latest Vandana Buriram United Esports. Naam to suna hoga baby. What a comeback for the day. They needed one solid game to catch up with their #1 spot, to rip it away from both RRQ and Falcons. They needed more than 27 points. They needed 28. But with this one game, they've managed to do it all, baby. And it needed Get High. I told you all, when the Mustachio makes it, it's not called a prediction. It is a spoiler.
Oh my goodness. Get High able to hype up his team, find these opportunities, and relay it back to BRU in the most efficient manner. We saw right at that victory screen when they got that booyah, Wasana was hyped up, but he's not alone. He's got to Get High right next to him. The chemistry between the two could be the difference maker overall for this squad to make this booyah, honestly, look a little easy.
Amen. Don't forget to hit that like. I know you're enjoying this broadcast. I know you're enjoying all of this brave fire action. So show us your love by getting us to 2,000 likes before the end of this broadcast, all right? Because the boys are back, baby. Get High, jumping on in for their cruise and showing everybody how to take Buriram up to the top. And when I say the top, I do not exaggerate. On the overall leaderboard, Buriram now team #1.
Whew. We were waiting for this for quite some time, and it took us 5 maps to get to it. Welcome back, BRU. They're looking fine and dandy. However, I will say at the very least, for teams like Flash, for an example, finally coming back into those top 3 scenarios all over again.
I'm just doing my happy dance, bro. Because for the first time in the day, we get to see Bunletrix. So I'm excited. We've been seeing a lot of Indonesia today, quite a number of times. If Husky was here, he would have cried because he would like to see Yunsul a few more times, but we need to send the camera back to Thailand. I like a good balance between all of our hosts, a good balance between all of our interviews. But obviously, Malaysia will be like wondering, why aren't you sending the camera here? Because we don't have a host in Malaysia. We only have two uncles on the casting desk.
We do. One of these days, one of these days, hopefully, maybe a world championship or something. Oh, it might be asking for too much. But with that being said, though, I'm just happy. I agree with you. If you're not gonna do it for your team, do it for the hosts.
Amen, bro. I don't know if they want to be Sims in that way, but overall, what a fun day it is. What a fun broadcast this is, isn't it, chat? This is the most amount of fun I've had in the whole week. Day 3 of week 1 is just fire. It's just phenomenal. We wanted the underdogs to step it up. They stepped it up. We wanted Get High back. We got Get High back. We wanted Buriram to explode and make that comeback on Alpine. They made that explosion happen. They made that comeback happen as well. And now we get into the randomizer. But enough of Buriram. I think one time is enough. Seeing Banletrix one time is not enough. But for Buriram, I think it is more than enough. We still want to see more from the underdogs. But that's for match number 6. For now, let's see exactly what the winners, Buriram, have to say.
Hi guys, finally this moment that we have been waiting for so long for Thai team. And here we are with Buriram United Esports Jonah.
Yeah,
Hey.
congratulations.
Finally
Yes.
we get to meet you. So we would like to know that we have been waiting for 5 games.
5 games.
So what taking you guys for so long to come back on track?
ก็รอมานานมากจนถึงเกมที่ 5 เนี่ย กลับมาได้แล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับ มีคะแนนกลับบ้านแล้ว
He said I feel very happy finally I can earn some point to go home.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the second question, I think many people want to know. So between the cruise and get high, because you just changed to get high for the 5th game, and finally get the Booyah, right? So what is different between these 2 players?
คำถามนี้น่าจะอยากทราบกันหลาย ๆ คนเลยคือ ความแตกต่างระหว่างการเอาเกตไฮลงกับครูซลงนะตอนนี้มันคืออะไร เพราะว่าเราเพิ่งจะเปลี่ยนเกตไฮลงในเกมที่ 5 แล้วก็สามารถคว้าบูย่าได้เลย
ก็เดอะฟูดเขาเพิ่งกลับมาครับห่างหายสนามไปนาน แล้วก็มาเล่นในตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตแล้วมันตำแหน่งนี้ต้องคนเข้าใจเกมจริงๆถึงจะเล่นได้ด้วยใช่ต้องเรียนรู้อีก
มันไม่ใช่ตำแหน่งเดิมของเขา
ใช่
มันเป็นตำแหน่งใหม่ของเขา
ใช่ครับ
So he said that because it's like the cruise came back after he didn't play for so long, so it's quite taking some time. And it's like because support is not his main role. Before that, he used to play Russia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why it might need some time to adapt. But really, like, what taking you guys been so long until like he can come back to play again?
แล้วมันคือเรื่องอะไรครับที่เรารอนานมากกว่าที่เดอะครูซจะกลับมาลงแข่งได้อีกครั้งอย่างวันนี้เราต้องให้เขาซ้อมอะไรมาถึงจะกลับมาได้รออะไรกันอยู่
ก็ซ้อมปกติเลยครับเหมือนแบบให้เก็ตสอนด้วยว่าเล่นยังไงประมาณนั้นครับในตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ต
แล้วเรื่องของการสื่อสารกลับมาโอเคขึ้นไหมนะตอนนี้
ก็พัฒนาขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยครับ
So it's like because he didn't play for so long and need some time for Get High to help him and teaching how to play support role. Yeah. So for the last question, can you leave any message to the fans about like what happened today or how you feel or you need any support?
คุยอะไรกับแฟนๆหน่อยว่าตอนนี้เกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างเราอยากจะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆแล้วก็ฝากอะไรถึงพวกเราด้วยอะไรแบบนี้
ก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับเหลือเกมไทยจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
ครับ
Okay, guys, please keep supporting us. It's only one last game, and we promise you guys that we will try our best to get that game. Okay, thank you for your interview, and now let's get back to the shoutcaster. Bye.
Obviously, they are very pleased to earn some point. I think Jonah's pissed. It's like 4 games, we didn't get anything. We want more.
I mean, the energy he was giving off there, it felt like it. We've seen a bunch of interviews coming in from Jonah. That definitely wasn't in my top 5 of happiest moments for sure. But at least I do get to enjoy their new jersey. I'm really liking the look of that collar as well. Got to snag one of those one of these days. But coming back into the highlights and the progression of these games, I mean, so many teams were looking to recover here in Alpine. They never got their opportunity. They got farmed by the entire lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. And Buriram had a massive round here, and they are the first team in the league to achieve 100 eliminations. They are sharp on 100 eliminations right now, and they are not even at game number 12 just yet. Many more things can be done by Buriram in this next matchup. So for the sake of the underdogs, I vote to remove Get High from the roster and put the Cruise back in.
The Cruise needs the games. You heard it from Jonah himself. He needs repetitions. It's just like going to the gym. You want to build those muscles, you got to be able to put in that time. And obviously, with Moshi making sure that he can cover the team to buy that extra bit of time and also be the MVP of the game, this man, a silent killer.
Headshots? Who needs headshots? This man is a damage machine. 3,999, as if he's putting this on sale. 6 eliminations in total. My goodness me, Moshi is back, baby.
Yep, he's putting up some plasma TV numbers there, but overall, with the squad, and especially with Get High to ensure that they get points, I guess it is pretty difficult for the Cruise to adapt because, again, he was the rusher, and now he has to completely learn a different role because supports aren't your secondary rushers anymore. They play a completely different style from the previous years.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, when we look at the overall active skills link up here, nothing too crazy from the side of Buriram. They still maintain their Skylar Koda, Cassie Tatsuya run, and we don't really see them stepping out of meta. This is something that they're very comfortable with. They've been running this from the start of this league. It's been working out for them very well. It's just a roster swap, which they can't run away from because you need your substitute player to be able to deliver at the same level as the rest of your main roster players, or else, in a case where Moshi gets tummy aches one more time, dude, they can't be dropping those games. They need to be able to pull off points there too.
They've got to be able to pull off these points as much. Looking at high stats, right? 6 eliminations, 6 assists. He is making sure that whatever damage Wasana is able to put on the board, he capitalizes on that. And look at this.
Yeah.
BRU, all 3 key players, they're taking all the slots.
I didn't know Jonah had a twin, bro. He's called Jonah too. Not only is 7 on the assist, he's 7 on the grenade too. And of course, the damage king this time around. Moshi on the discount, 3,999. What a game. What a play. Buriram is back, baby.
Oh, it feels good to see them back in form. It's great to see this team make it look easy as per usual, right? Doesn't feel like they've dipped down at all. And obviously, as we mentioned early on, when they had the Cruise, they were experimenting with a couple of things at the same time. With that being said, in terms of game standing, 32 total points, a perfect 20 eliminations.
Oh, just with this one game alone, they have managed to pick up close to as much points they have collected over 4 games throughout the whole day. So this is a massive step up for Buriram, and that one game alone shoots them up to the number 1 spot, equal with Falcons on the total number of booyahs, the first team to reach 100 eliminations, and they are still 1 more game to go to equal up with Falcons and RRQ in the number of games played, which means more opportunities for Buriram to pick up those points. But we also want to see an opportunity for Visaka Srivijaya, who have made that first break into the top 12, climb this leaderboard a little bit more as well.
Oh yeah, let's hopefully by the end of today they make it onto that first page. That's what we're hoping to see, because even between the other head-to-heads like BTR versus GOW, I think GOW has taken the lead off of this 5th map, and I think it's all due to the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra.
Absolutely. Obviously, if you're looking for ray tracing on a mobile, how ridiculous, ray tracing on a mobile phone, if you're looking for that, and because more and more games that used to be on PCs, that used to be on consoles, are now on mobile phones. But it was a huge downgrade. Yes, you get the portability, but you don't get those beautiful graphics that you get off of these fantastically expensive rigs. Now you get it on your mobile phone, and that's all thanks to the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra.
It's pretty crazy how how technology is evolving in such a short amount of time. It's not too long ago that ray tracing was introduced in the first place, and especially if you have a strong processor like the Snapdragon 8 Elite, it just makes sense, right? You've got the fuel, you've got the processor as well. It's all working towards the same direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we're looking for more out there on the battlefield from these teams. We are looking for more participation from the chat on YouTube as well. But please, guys, obviously, we love the banter. We love you guys teasing each other. We love you supporting your teams that you love. We love you supporting the nation that you are from. But let's not get too aggressive, all right? We gotta spread the love. Let's not spread the hate. Sneha, I'm looking at you.
Gotta call them out when you see it, right? Just like how a good leader needs to call out when mistakes do eventually happen. And I mean, coming into this very final map, what are you hoping for in terms of the RNG? I mean, this could be any one of the maps that we've seen here today already. I mean, we could get a second Alpine for all we know.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if we get a second Alpine, I think it's going to be a back-to-back booyah for the Buriram. So I am not looking forward to that, all right? I do not want them to step it up. But let's look at the randomizer and see exactly where Lady Luck brings all of the boys today.
Fingers crossed that we don't see another Alpine map for the sake of every other team out there. For all we know, we could get a Purgatory. There's a good chance that, Bermuda, usually the go-to for everybody if they want an equal chance. But a map of choice.
Oh!
It's their day. It's just their day.
Holy Lord!
BRU is like, I got 2 championships and now I manifest another Alpine.
No! What would happen to our underdogs now? This is unbelievable. Buriram potentially with a back-to-back. They've got Get High. They've got Alpine. They don't need anything else. They are gonna whoop some ass.
Bro, they're looking for... BRU have already set their PB of this current day at 20 eliminations. Now, they're probably looking for more. They're probably to add another 5 to that.
Okay, wait, all right. Okay, here's the plan. All right, everybody listen up, okay? Y'all gotta hot drop Buriram, or else nobody's gonna walk away from this one alive. Buriram's gonna eat you guys up.
Do it for the lobby. You gotta do it for the lobby. In a single game, Buriram is overtaking the stats of RRQ and as well as Falcon. Yes, 3 eliminations more and 1 extra point, but who knows with how dominant they were the last time they were here.
I mean, this is... Okay. I gotta compose myself here because you have got the top 5 teams on Alpine, all right? 4 out of the 5 teams are in Group B. They are not playing today. And the one that is on top of everyone is playing today, and that one is called Buriram, all right? I don't know, but the way Jonah's face was earlier, the captain's pissed. The captain is looking for performance, and the team's like, all right, okay, we better give this brother exactly what he's looking for before we all lose our jobs. Now the captain's going to be expecting a back-to-back because they need to really make up for the 4 missed opportunities at the start of the day. So I don't know, Gideon. I don't know.
Well, that being said, tensions are high for every other team in the lobby, but not as high as the blood pressure of Jonah after that interview. He's looking for a new PB in the high altitudes of Alpine. Let's see how this flight path is going to change the game.
And this time the flight path's showing us a little bit of mercy, all right? Full on map open for everybody. And I do not know exactly who's going to survive this one. Expand spreading out into 2 compounds from the get-go. They are in 3 different locations. Expand is going out on a limb here to take a risk.
They really are. But guess who's going back to Garrison, or maybe even could look for an early rotate towards Snowfall? It's Todak. As we look at EVOS Divine, it looks like they're also taking the path straight to Fusion. Now, early engagements. Yambin, unfortunately, gets taken down before he starts to heat back up. But Guns is the next to fall as the end. Looking to try and go for the refrags. Gardu, wow, finding the elimination. Demon, P90 is able to take out Zue's. Guns does get knocked down, but between these 3 teams, things have not been going well. Gardu, the next falls the end, gets a shot in the back OB now having to try and turn this around as GOW unfortunately could beat OB. GOW the first to get eliminated, and now BTR, they just have to secure a couple more points and they will be walking away with no skirts at least.
You know what they say, man. Revenge is a bitter pill to swallow. Visaka Srivijaya hitting back hard, but they've got a third-party situation in here. Two Malaysian squads now potentially about to storm Visaka Srivijaya's hut.
Wait, unless Vikasha can at least get some information. I don't think they realize that they're from two separate squads, and yes, they know the Vamos member as Guns is coming out from the flank, and instantly they take him out. Lawsy is down. They realize, wait, they're not at a full fighting force. Then who is this other guy? Is he from the same squad? With no information and no glue walls, they're just gonna take him head on. There's not enough sounds to say that they are at full fighting force, and that's another two free eliminations.
Okay. This is Visaka Srivijaya on the comeback gameplay as well after being downed and outed a little bit too earlier on by the exact same team that they took out early this time around. GOW serving it a hot up to the Vietnamese squad. Indonesia on fire. Team Flash biting the dust early as well. And that means that's the end for the point collection spree of Team Flash. They have done phenomenally well today, though. A total of 73 points before this game started.
Yep, and even after the early engagement, WAG now wanting to get involved here. Not the most optimal weaponry, but these points are so important. Cooking up that nade, and now they throw it out. Gardu quickly goes prone as we see the initial flank come through. They dash trying to get that flank, but no, it doesn't happen. Alan puts up that shield, but still, the blue wall's still available. They make it around the pylon, and he's trying his best, but Obi finally falls to Krillin as well as Alan. Joel finds one, but Alan gets Gardu instead. And now, this is not working out because the active skills are giving them the advantage that they need. They found every one of those members fast. They haven't eliminated the squad, but the damage has been felt.
Running a four-man shotgun mercenary squad, WAG makes quick work of Visaka Srivijaya, but it was not as quick as the fingers of the player on the side of Srivijaya. The instantaneous pocket market revival before the team went flat out keeps the squad alive a little bit longer.
All right, and now Expand, after losing their initial scout, come back here to the base camp, and WAG, They are hungry. They're hungry. Oh, Ionic quickly taking out the last member of VESJ. With that being said, Koja now finding him expanded. It looks like this base camp is getting hotter and hotter as the time goes by. With Krillin already finding one in decause and finishing him off fast. BTR has pinched. Expand, they have to make a decision here. And unfortunately, not given the time, it's going to be Lucky the next to fall here as WAG start sweeping these compounds one by one. Optic as well gets the kills over. Export finds a headshot into Fi's MKS, which is perfect for them. WAG now going to have an opportunity, but no means to close the distance. The UAV revealing the entire position of the north side of the camp, and I think for WAG, this is their time to chill, right? They see them walking away. There's no more contesters. 7 eliminations in the bag already. They're going back to pick mushrooms.
Visaka Srivijaya, all hope was there, but a wipeout was awaiting them. Enough points picked up, though. They do manage to breach the 80-point mark, which is a job well done for the team that could barely reach 40 points on the first day of showing. They have had a 200% improvement rate here for today's day of play. So that exit is not gonna make any of their fan base shed a tear at all. EVOS Divine, though, cutting the distance between them and Vamos. Core Memory on the opposite compound as well, right after they're done with this, or Core Memory could drop by to say hello a little bit early.
Yeah, they're giving up the space here. Unfortunately for Gane, he is not going to be able to punish anybody from the side of EVOS Divine. They're not overextending the compound. They have no way to kind of clear out this building or information or active skill cards to scout it just yet. And even for Vamos, now that they are kind of split, going further back into the compound. Ooh, CRM is on the other side of the river mouth as well. They might just get pinched.
Ooh, that nade almost cooked
but thankfully Vamos was smart enough to instantly dodge it. Now on the opposite side of this house, getting closer and closer to core memory, but Evos Divine really not letting off this pressure at all, as Vamos now with the launch pad, quick reposition, but Rasya still able to catch one. Coach Shield follows up as well, as Lozzie falls down to the ground. Two players ripped away from Vamos as they try to reposition.
Instantaneously, a good punch coming in from the side of Evos Divine. 6 eliminations in the bag. We cut back over to WAG as they now go back scouting the blue, making sure that any teams trying to play on the outside will face their wrath. Onyx Olympus wants none of that smoke, quickly launching their way in. Alpha Vantage, they don't get picked off. Do they make it past the water? And it looks like they just did. Just barely.
Barely. And WAG wants to catch up with them quickly so they can continue the damage. But the foliage is just gonna keep Onyx Olympus safe. Oh my lord, X-Ball! A 2 for 2 on the connection. Failing to find the connection on the third one, but who the hell cares? What a shot from this man. No knocks coming on through though. But WAG, they want those points.
He is sharp. Now looking at where the current ring is so far, looks like Rivermouth is going to be highly contested by everybody as they get pushed in from that blue. And WAG still on this chase. It looks like they're going to draw the battle lines in the outskirts of Stadium. Adam, he looks like he wants to try and turn this, and he goes for it. Fortunately, we'll have to eventually start dropping some nades to buy a little bit of time. Krillin slowly taking this space. He doesn't want to overextend.
They have to be really careful here up against Onyx. The underperformers of the day, in a way. But they do have a capability of shutting down WAG as Adam finds one, traded out by Alan. So 1-for-1 so far on the two sides. Onyx Olympus, opportunity, 2v1! Oh, Crime just missing the shot there. And with that, it looks like it's going to be all over here for Onyx Olympus. Zyru down on the ground as well. Only one last wing to be clipped to kick Onyx Olympus out.
He's running as fast as he can. I don't know if he's got the currency, but X-Bor, he's not going to make this easy. He's on the hunt. He knows that he's running on towards the outskirts, towards the low ground, that slope. Not giving him line of sight just yet, but I think if WAG clear their backs here, they're in a very really good position for this endgame. And Wings, again, both sides. It's about who lands the shot. His arm sticks out. Wings quickly switches weapon. Luckily, now his arm isn't out, but unfortunately, he is getting pitched on the opposite side.
Unfortunate.
Just shooting fish in a barrel. The poor guy cornered.
All he had was the tree and his lonely self, and it could not save him. Even Mother Nature let him down.
Yeah, it's sad to see, but now we come back to the hot spot, Rivermouth. Let's see his BRU. Are they going to completely clear this eastern side of Rivermouth?
I think we've got a confused soul in the chat as well, asking us, why is there no week 2, 3, and 4 of gameplay? Guys, we've got 6 weeks of knockout stages. What are you talking about? It's a marathon in here.
Man's looking towards the future so far. You see the BRU slowly taking compound by compound, forcing Todak in a hotter spot, because even from the opposite side, CRM, Core Memory, is not making it easy. They've got launchers on their side, and Evos Divine, they're watching this all go down, and they're hoping somebody sticks their head out. They're hoping to create an opportunity. Oh, but BRU playing on the outer end, they give up the initial contact of that compound, and they want to control the back end of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know Husky's not here, but he's in some corner of the world praying hard for WAG to get the booyah so he can see Yunsol on cam again. Whether it happens or not, we'll have to wait and see. But either way, WAG is currently on fire, literally 12 eliminations strong. But up against Buriram, who are geared for the final battle. Not a single elimination in hand just yet, but fully looted up, ready to take anyone on.
I think there's a very high chance that Husky's dream might even come true, because WAG, they're, again, 12 eliminations so far, already in a really good spot point-wise. Now it's about positioning and also that final ring, like you mentioned. And after clearing out their backs from Onyx Olympus, they've got a pretty good chance of having that final ring be right on top of them towards the southern side.
see if Vamos might show up here and maybe bait WAG out. They might just get a tad bit greedy for points, but for the time being, the strategy is a simple one. Stick to the vending machine, because for sure, a team will come rotating in looking for it, and easy pickings before they get to the next circle.
Gotta control those POIs, but I also think that they might need to take just a little bit more space as the blue is about to connect to that final ring, just to make sure that, just in case, hey, who knows, the ring pulls towards the opposite side, towards the western side of Rivermouth, they have control of a pathway to get there, and maybe at least it might disincentivize Vamos from even looking their direction. Regardless, BRU, they see BTR launch themselves in, and they're thinking to take control over the northern side, but Todak has spread their influence deeper into the north side of this town.
Yeah, so this whole influencing journey is all about spreading their influence little by little, but the question...
Lord! I was just gonna ask if or not Wasana's gonna find the angle. And he found it at the right time, but the pickup is instantaneous. Wasana moving on in for the shutdown, but the boys on the side of Todak know how to duck when they know trouble is coming.
Oh boy. Yeah, now they're in a really awkward position. Wasana quickly checks around to see what he's exposed to. The blue wall melters have been deployed, and Todak will have to use all their resources because they're also getting bunker busted here as flames start engulfing the rest of that compound.
Buriram is still on 0 eliminations. Is Cruz? No, I thought Get Cruz was back in here. So. Sorry, just kidding, guys. It's not just the teams that get trapped out, you know.
Well, the nades are good. Get high, finds traps, and Wasana is going in, finding Rookies as well as Faiz and securing those points. But the Riptide Rhythms off a cooldown is going to be a quick and painless death. However, finally, there we go. The confirmation, Todak being fully eliminated.
And officially, Todak is the worst performing team of the day with that elimination from this lobby. They could not pick up solid points here to continue climbing. Expand, on the other hand, the team that's currently holding on to the 11th spot, is still alive and kicking, but it is a long, long way for them to catch up with Onyx Olympus, who's 20 points ahead of them. Expand needs a massive game just to climb up as the 10th best performing team, and my goodness, that's just way too much to ask at this point.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot to ask, and luckily with the help of BTR on this northern side, another team, especially for CRM, having full contact with BRU prior to this, it's they're controlling 2 levels, and it's not looking good because I think that WAG is uncontested on the bottom side of the map. I mean, Evos Divine needs to figure out a way to eventually walk on over to the opposite side of the river mouth, but who knows, right? Who knows what will happen?
Well, if Buriram happens to you, you better hope and pray that God can show you some mercy. Core memory up top. Both Thai teams in one house. This does not smell like it is a good opportunity for CRM. In fact, it smells like the opposite. It smells like trouble. They better stay up there.
Evos Divine hops over to the opposite side of the river mouth. The CRM, one of their members, has already dropped down to the low ground. Evos now getting involved with WAG after hearing the shots from WAG towards the side of Expand. Rasha finds one headshot, but Zuez again looking towards the Divine side as well, making sure that they have the ultimate height here as WAG in the middle of this, trying to make sure that they control that bottom side. BTR take advantage of this and jump in. Expand finally get eliminated. The bottom ground floor highly contested by everybody. They have to control the stairs. The ultimate height still controlled by WAG, and they find even more in BRU. They don't get to rotate in as nicely, but all the teams in one house.
Oh, M82B from Xbor. Xbor can make a big play here. Those blue walls cannot withstand his shots, and he spots the player. One more shot required. Xbor! No follow-up just yet, but WAG is on fire! They land on Vamos and instantaneously put them out of commission. Rasya down below, hanging on for Evos Divine. Indonesia up against Vietnam, up against Thailand, but WAG with a massive possibility to close the day good and bring us all to Yunsol.
WAG is trying their best. They got to get resources out of BTR. The only thing stopping them as the ring is going to rotate towards the northern side of that river mouth. now. Wait, Moshi, he takes out Faiz. He's opened up an opportunity, and now the Riptide Rhythms have started to be unleashed. They quickly drop the Chrono. That's going to be another active skill gone. Here comes the launcher, and WAG, they smell it. They smell the opportunity, and they can see the kill feed as the glue wall melters are in. Allen, and as well as Cyrus, holding the line as the rest are pelting from the ultimate Export. Already finds one, and WAG with a member down. It's a 3v1 scenario as 2 knocks is more than enough to put them out of their misery. And now, Moshi, this could be his, but now, oh wait, hold on. Evos is actually still part of it. He ends up getting taken out. Asha also getting involved in the mix, turning this into a 1v1 against BTR. This could be the moment here. Cyrus is the only member left. Kyung, he wants to win this. He wants it bad for Indonesia. Cyrus has been waiting all this time. The initial shot is good. The second one, not enough. And Cyrus takes the booyah, clutches it out despite the third-party influence.
That was like watching Amir Khan in Lagan. It was phenomenal. What a 1v1 and a massive, let me repeat that, a massive booyah for WAG. A record-setting booyah here at FFWSC 2025 Spring. And it was none other than a Vietnamese squad to get the job done.
That was so hot from WAG, and all of this because they conquered the southern side from Onyx Olympus. This could have been Onyx Olympus's position, and WAG were fully looted up, all the resources at hand, and honestly, a 6 shot coming in from Moshi to ruin BTR's odds.
What a day, what a game. My goodness me. This was just an unbelievable day for the underdogs, and an even bigger unbelievable day for the hotshots Buriram. They struggled for sure, and it is lovely to see some big teams struggle because it only means the competition is blown out wide open for anybody's picking as long as they can maintain their consistency. WAG has done exactly that. They may have not been consistent with finding the final circle, but they've been consistent with those eliminations. The team with the most number of eliminations from today, 63, courtesy of WAG.
I mean, still, some facts still remain true. Xbor, the bane of BRU's existence, especially on an A1. Holy cow, he got a lot of value. So much damage.
I mean, this... I don't even know how WAG pulled that off, right? This was a Buriram map, and Buriram was supposed to get it pulled away from everybody else. We told the other teams to hot drop Buriram, but they did the next best thing. Nobody hot dropped them because, you know, everybody's smarter than that. But they spotted them out on the battlefield. They didn't know who they were shooting at, but they saw the strategy and they clipped it when they saw that opportunity as well, right? First of all, taking Moshi out of the equation, long-range capability shut down, Wasana went down, Jonah got taken out of the spot as well. Everything went wrong for Buriram and everything went beautifully right for WAG here.
It was a coin flip on where that zone was going to be. It could have been on that northern side where BRU was making that hard prediction because they didn't have the space to make it down south. With that being said, let's give it up for our Booyah winners. High elimination of WAG. Let's throw it to them. Well done.
Dear survivors, and it was the end of our match today, and so insane, incredibly of WAG. So let's hop into the interview immediately. Right next to me is WAG Alan. So first questions. What is your motivation to come back so strong in this final battle? Can you tell me about it? Thì lời đầu tiên này xin chúc mừng Alan cùng với đồng đội của mình đã rất là xuất sắc và thật sự quá là điên rồ đi ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng. Alan như là hóa thần vậy đó. Thì không biết là động lực của mình là cái gì để mình comeback mạnh mẽ như vậy ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng này ạ?
Mình nghĩ động lực duy nhất là team mình muốn giành lấy team of the day.
Oh, his motivation today is he just want to get the team of the day. I think that one is great because currently you guys can see that this match is really, really good. I have to admit it. Second questions. So based on yesterday, our little game of EVOS, how do you think about their action? Do you have any thoughts about it? Với cái trận đấu ngày hôm qua thì chúng ta có một cái giao kèo nho nhỏ cùng với đội tuyển EVOS, thì không biết là Alan cảm thấy như thế nào khi bản thân mình là đội tuyển chiến thắng mà chứng kiến bên thua cuộc là EVOS lại làm có hành động như vậy vậy ạ?
Theo cái quan điểm của mình thì mình thấy là EVOS chơi không được đẹp.
EVOS chơi không được đẹp. Vậy thì không biết là mình có lời nào muốn nhắn gửi tới EVOS không? Tại vì hôm nay chắc chắn là mình có khi là mình hơn điểm EVOS luôn rồi.
Mình mong sẽ được gặp lại các bạn trong trận đấu nhiều hơn để chúng mình có thể cọ sát nhiều hơn.
For Alan, he thinks that yesterday the act from EVOS is not really a good one. It's not a nice play, you know. It's kind of like awkward and bad. But overall, he wants to send this to EVOS that I hope we can meet more in the game so we can touchy more into that. You know? Like, okay, so third questions will be also the last one. So we can have Alan go back to rest because they were so good today. As a very good performance today, and I think that you will be the MVP of this game too. What do you feel that your team need the most to improve more and better in the future? Với tư cách Yusu nghĩ rằng là có thể là Alan sẽ là MVP của trận đấu này luôn, bởi vì sự thật có thể thấy mà quá rõ ràng. Alan nghĩ rằng là đội tuyển của mình hiện tại đang cần phải cải thiện cái gì hơn sau khi chúng ta đã kết thúc tuần thi đấu đầu tiên ở trong vòng bảng để đội của mình có thể đi xa hơn và tiến bộ nhiều hơn.
Mình nghĩ đơn giản nhất là chúng mình cần tìm được lối chơi chung và trở nên mạnh mẽ hơn.
Vì bạn nghĩ Tơ Quyết bây giờ đã có thể gọi là ổn để đi chung với team xa hơn chưa?
Theo mình thì quan điểm này mình không rõ, nhưng mà có thể Quý sẽ là một yếu tố bất ngờ trong tương lai.
Overall, we just need to practice more together so we can go further and higher together. But for the we, he thinks that right now maybe it's not a right time, but in the future maybe he will be a dark horse and no one will know, right? Cảm ơn Alan rất là nhiều thật sự. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng WAG đã có một chiến thắng vô cùng ngoạn mục vào cuối ngày, và mình mong là tuần sau sẽ được thấy các bạn tỏa sáng hơn nhé. Good luck. Thank you so much for watching our interview, and now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
See, what's amazing is, Gideon, we don't see you here all the time. But when you came in there with the fire prediction of Bigatron Delta, brother, I had my questions, right? Because is Bigatron geared enough to take a strong day here on day 2? And my, oh my, it looks like you threw your energy in the right place. These Indonesian boys, they stepped it up today for sure.
I'm glad at the very least, you know, I'm very glad that they were able to make things work out for the Indonesian region. But I gotta give it over to WAG for that very final game, because that is a core memory already. What a hot final day game to wrap things up, to really show that it's anybody's game in the first couple of weeks, and it just begs the question, if they keep this up, even from the underdogs, even from the top tier teams, Phase 2 could really shake things up.
No doubt at all. And at this pace, it just shows us that Phase 2, it's anybody's game. Anybody could be at the top. Visaka Srivijaya, that absolutely sucked on their first day of debut here, could just one game away from being the #1 team. They got replaced, and who was it? It was in Buriram. It was WAG, the best performing squad of the day. With that one booyah, they launched themselves to the top, setting the record for the most number of points picked up in a game as well at one go. I mean, what a day this has been, Gideon.
It really has been. Honestly, it's pretty spicy considering that this is only the very first week. Looking towards that future here, like even some of our chatters, it's I hope the future doesn't come too soon, but wrapping up the first week, we'll take it day by day.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, don't forget, make sure you hit that like regardless of the platform you're watching on. I mean, give us that love, right? I'm pretty sure you've enjoyed the broadcast for the day. In fact, I am damn sure you've enjoyed the broadcast throughout the whole week on Friday, Saturday, and today on Sunday. So make sure you share that love. Go and watch some of the replays as well of the previous broadcast if you haven't just yet. Let's take a look at the overall schedule for the day once again for a quick recap as to how things broke down. Oh man, I got the call out wrong again. It's not It's day 3 ranking points fight, and Bigatron
All
Delta
right, thank you, casters.
finally
so obviously,
wins it
every
for
day
Indonesia.
We have an interesting challenge between each team, each player, and this time, each coach. I'm here with Coach Chris Joe.
Hello.
And we can obviously see that Bigatron points trumps the points of GOW. Yay! We finally won a challenge, you guys, because we have been losing
Yes.
for the past 2 days, and this is our very first daily challenge one. How does it feel to actually win the challenge and get the higher points? Gimana rasanya menangin challenge juga dapat poin yang lebih tinggi nih, Coach Chris Joe?
I'm really grateful with the team for we get the 74 points, but with the target, it's 80 points for our team for this day. But these points already good. Thank you to my boys.
Jadi ternyata ada targetnya tersendiri ya untuk Bigatron sebenarnya adalah di 80. But I can tell that it's pretty close, 74 hanya selisih 6 poin aja. Harusnya oke lah, masih oke, masih within the target lah ya sebenarnya. Okay, so next question is, how does it feel to get a booyah, to secure a booyah against another team from a different country?
Okay, for our second booyah, it's really good because on the previous match we too soon early.
Yep,
We
yep. It was pretty early.
lost with the Thailand team CRM, and on the Kalahari map we play really well and we get booyah. So we're really happy for that result, and we're use the same strategy to game 5 and game 6. But the result it's not get a booyah, but we still thankfully.
Is it a different kind of victory when it comes to beating a team that is from another country?
Yeah, because my boys is really happy to early fight in the early drop zone. So 4v4 is our game.
Jadi ternyata rasa kemenangannya beda ya kalau lawan tim dari negara lain, apalagi tadi udah menang dari drop zone-nya. Jadi rasa bangganya tuh lebih besar lagi. Dan ternyata Bigatron ini tetap setia dengan strategi awal. Mereka konsisten, coba tampilkan yang terbaik dan akhirnya terbukti setelah mengamankan booyah kembali hari ini. Is there anything you'd like to say to GOW? Because obviously you guys won the challenge today and it's their time now to take the consequences.
Today is pretty good challenge, and shout out to WG GOE coach because I think this is his first debut as a coach.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh,
So he's
so sweet.
actually giving a shout out instead of saying any bad words or saying anything that might taunt them. No, you don't want to say anything.
Yeah, I want to support him because when we go as a coach professionally on the first time, I think this challenge is make him stronger.
Ya, I agree 100%. Jadi yang namanya pelatih, apalagi pelatih baru ya kan bisa masuk di FFWS, ini ada challenge tersendiri dan kegagalan seperti ya yang hari ini dirasakan oleh GOW sebenarnya adalah proses dari pembelajaran mereka. Keren banget, tapi Coach Chris Joe di sini nggak mau nge-taunt sama sekali, dia malah memilih untuk memberikan support dan juga mendukung sesama coach. Keren banget, ini baru persaingan berkelas. Tepuk tangan dong sekali lagi untuk Bigatron Esports.
Thank you.
Dan karena sekarang kita mau menangkan challenge, jadi bukan Coach Chris yang dihukum. Kita bakal lihat nih hukumannya. Seperti apa kira-kira para player dari GOW dan juga coachnya. Kira-kira kalau kalah diapain ya? Let's just see. I'm gonna throw it away to the team in GOW.
Hey everybody, thank you Caroline. So, you know, we lose. And that's why we have our coach of the GOW here. Coach Tanya, you know, the bet of ours is like, if you lose, you have to wear a dress, and here he is. Ok, xin chào tất cả mọi người. Bởi vì chúng ta vừa rồi đã thua một cái kèo cùng với đội tuyển VTR, cho nên là chúng ta đã có mặt ở đây cùng với huấn luyện viên Thanh Nhã của GOW Esports, và tất nhiên là anh ấy sẽ phải mặc váy rồi ạ. Vâng, không biết là Thanh Nhã này cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
Mình cũng thấy khá là hài lòng với thành tích của team mình, mà nó hơi xui tí nên mình phải mặc váy.
Khá hài lòng, mà tại sao lại cảm thấy hơi xui ta?
Tại vì trận cuối của mình thì cảm thấy nó hơi bị xui.
Trận cuối cảm thấy hơi bị xui. Overall, I feel satisfied of our achievement, our games today, but it's a little bit unlucky for our last game because it was too crowded. So many teams jumped right into us and tried to shoot us, and now we are here. Okay, so maybe our second questions. You know, for boys, wearing a dress is kind of a shy thing. But since you're here, you still accept it, you still wear it. I mean, I think you are a good one, a good person who accepts of all bets. What do you think about the bets of yesterday that EVOS did to us? Thì Du nghĩ rằng là kiểu con trai tụi mình á, mà mặc váy thì chắc là nó cũng hơi ngại đúng không? Nhưng mà Thanh Nhã thì vẫn rất là dũng cảm, Thanh Nhã vẫn nhận kèo, Thanh Nhã vẫn hoàn thành cái việc trả kèo này. Thì so với cái hành động hôm qua của EVOS thì Thanh Nhã nghĩ sao?
Mình nghĩ mình trả kèo sạch là được.
Trả kèo sạch là cái gì?
Trả kèo xanh chín là được.
Trả kèo xanh chín là được. For him, we did the bet very perfectly. So overall, we are good. Unlike EVOS, unlike Indonesia, you know? Yeah. So just only the third question because I think that he wants to go down to the stage really bad now. Kẹp này vui. Cho dễ thương. Kẹp vui. Kẹp đi, kẹp tóc đi, kẹp tóc đi. I have to put this on his head for you.
I don't know how to do it.
Okay, so our first questions. Since you feel very satisfied here about your game today, but why is it so hard to do interview with GOW? You know, so hard to see you guys here on interview with me. Do I have any chance in the future I can meet you guys more? And what will you do to improve your game more quality? Các bạn có biết rằng là thật sự rất là khó để được gặp Gao Esports ở trên màn phỏng vấn cùng với Yusu. Cho Yusu hỏi lý do tại sao mà lại khó đến như vậy được không? Mà thực sự Yusu cũng rất là muốn được phỏng vấn Gao Esports nhưng mà rất là khó có cái cơ hội đó. Thì không biết là trong tương lai là mình sẽ gặp lại hay không? Mình sẽ gặp những thành viên khác của Gao hay là Thanh Nhã có ý định gì để cải thiện những cái chất lượng game đấu của mình về sau nó sẽ tốt hơn để mình có thể gặp nhau được nhiều hơn không?
Thì team mình hiện tại đang cạnh tranh một cuối nó chưa được liên kết lắm. Kiểu còn người con chưa có thể quyết đoán hơn thì tụi mình về cải thiện về phần đó hơn là ok.
Thì chắc là mình có thể gặp ở trong tương lai rồi đúng không?
Gặp
nhiều luôn hả? Overall, I think that our team in the final circle is not a really good game because we are still bad at it. We need to improve more. We need to try. We need to test the tactics more so we can play better in the last circle with other team because that is our weakness. But I do believe that in the future, I will meet Yusu lots and lots of time more. I mean, that's really cute. Thanh Nhã có lời gì muốn gửi tới bạn khán giả không?
Mấy bạn nhớ cổ vũ tụi mình vào tuần sau và
cái gì nói nữa đi. Dạ hả? Ngắn gọn quá à. Please cheers for us more and do not give up on us. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi màn trả kèo của Thanh Nhã và hy vọng mọi lần sau chúng ta sẽ thấy được Gao thắng được một kèo với cái đội tuyển khác nhé. Thank you so much for watching and now let's head back to the caster. Good night.
I mean, all love and respect for Tana. I think he took that like a champ. First of all, both the coaches from GOW and Bigatron Delta, so wholesome, right? I don't think on any other esports broadcast or stage or game you're ever going to find such savagery between teams, but it's only possible here in Free Fire because we are not all enemies on the battlefield. We are all brothers. We know how to play a good game and we know how to have some good fun off of the battlefield as well. I mean, props to both teams. It was just so little in between them in terms of points, but at the end of the day, super happy that Indonesia finally got to say that they are not the losers of that 1v1 challenge.
Dude, I'm loving the 1v1 challenges. Is bringing out a different side to these players and these coaches, wanting to have another reason, another motivational reason to win out more in these games. However, I do have to agree with the coach of GOW. They did get pretty unlucky right at the very beginning here of this match, and WAG was able to capitalize so much off of it, and winning out in that 50-50 at the very end made all the difference in the world. It's a little unlucky for them, but hey, he took it like an absolute champ, wearing a skirt and especially making sure that he lives up to the bet. Look at the elims, God!
No headshots, no problem. Alan with the 10 eliminations, 5,000, and he just wanted to add the 6 for fun. 5,006 damage on the run. MVP for sure, and obviously the rest of his team members brought in those numbers as well, right? Overall, a not great but phenomenal
game for WAG. They just knocked the ball out of the park this time around. And overall, you know, I just still want to bring this back to the coach, right? Tana, he just was reminding me of Mrs. Doubtfire. For some of you guys, you know that as Chachi 420, all right? and for some of you from South India, I just don't remember what was the name of the... Ave Shanmugi, that is the name. That's the version that we have gotten here from Tana, and he was a champ. He took it all. He took the skirt, he took even the hair clips, not one, but 2 hair clips from Yunso.
He did not hesitate at all. You could see, obviously, he didn't want it on him, but it's like, hey, a bet's a bet, and I gotta live up to my word. Give it up for this team, WAG, though. They're still running a pretty standard comp overall, but generally, the fact that Export was able to get so much value. Oh my goodness, he just happened to be holding the correct active skill card, and he's been waiting for the right time to use it, and he found it.
Oh, look at the stats here, man. X-Ball with 7 eliminations, 9 assists, 5,370 on the damage. My. 11 assists out of Cyrus, 4 eliminations, 3 limbs out of Krillin, 7 assists. The whole squad of WAG, they were just workhorses in this matchup, and it clearly shows through those eliminations. A total of 24 freaking eliminations for 36 record-setting points claimed here at FFWS SEA Spring 2025.
Give it up to our key players, Alan, Xborn, as well as Koja for eliminations, damage, and grenade uses. But one more special shout out, man. Cyrus clutched it out at the very end. That was so big for the extra 3 points. Well done for WAG setting the record so far. We're expecting it to get broken over the next couple of weeks. Also happy that BTR was able to win that 1v1 challenge, but man, this has been quite the day of games. As we look at the game standings, a whopping 36 total points for WAG, with BTR 70 being left in the dust.
I mean, I am speechless because WAG with this maneuver have managed to replace West J, Vasaka Srivijaya on that #1 best performing team of the day spot, and that was just pure hustle coming through from the Vietnamese team. Look at this, man. How did they manage to leap over? It would not have been possible without those massive eliminations coming on through. Vasaka Srivijaya, the best team as far as placement points are concerned, and also one of those teams that really brought the fire. Overall, Indonesia did very well through Vasaka as well as Bigatron Delta today.
Absolutely. All of our 5 teams who have earned a Booyah have done a really, really good job at maintaining their points. I think the overall standings is also going to reflect BRU happily on top. They probably would have wanted to increase that gap, but it wasn't easy in that final map. Besides them, if we're looking at everybody else, it looks like, unfortunately, unable to make it into the second page.
I mean, at the end of the day, the biggest jump for us is still Vasaka Srivijaya. They were on that, I think, 17th spot, and now they are in 11. To climb 6 spots on this overall leaderboard on the Southeast Asian stage is just totally out of the ordinary. And your team of the day, a well-deserved recognition as well as extra pocket money for the Vietnamese team of WAG. 95 points secured, 1 Booyah in total, 63 phenomenal eliminations.
Holy, and a 5th of that came through 1 map. My goodness.
Oh, yeah.
This team, when they get hot, they get hot. And they won the 50-50, which put them on top. Well done to WAG. A team that you got to keep an eye out, because even when you think that they're just in the background, another middle team, nah, they can show you with the right conditions, they will pop off.
Now, obviously, we're going to end the broadcast shortly already, but I can't end the broadcast like this. On YouTube, on our Free Fire Esports official page, we are on 1.9k likes. Guys, we've got 600 of you still on this broadcast. 100 of you definitely haven't hit that like yet. Can we get to 2k? 2k right now. Come on, man. The broadcast is going to end already. Don't do this to me. It's been a great week. It's been a damn good day. Come on, chat. We can do this. They're counting down already. They're going to end the show. And we are almost at 2,000. We'll catch you guys next week. Take care. Bye-bye. Have a good week ahead.